my god, all these fucking flies, dude. It's been one day. What the fuck? In one day, the flies have fucking Armageddon. It's Flymageddon in this motherfucker. You get one rainy day, and the window's open on a warm summer day. Now I got fucking flies in here. And they're everywhere. They won't leave my house. Oh, god damn it. And my back is really itchy. Oh. Come on, you ding dong. Must be carried like a princess. Where's my phone? Oh, yeah. Got the live stream on. Now it's too cold with the window open. Shoe fly. It's time to expose new fly paper. Oh! Get out of here! Fly paper glue on me. My back is itching. So I and clear my throat and I at the top of my lungs. What was I gonna do? Get my charger? Bro, where's my laptop charger? It's not funny, dude. Found it. Well, there's everything at the base of their pistols. If it can get snagged on something, it sure will. Which one is plugged into the tablet? Okay. Okay. We lost electricity this morning from like 8 this morning, 9 this morning until about 30 minutes ago. No, I cannot sleep on a live stream today. I told you last time, you can't just ask those kinds of things. You, like, you ask those kinds of questions through a super chat, and you don't make those types of requests on someone without offering money. That's just how that works. I will turn it down no matter what because I don't do stuff like that. But just on principle, it's not something you're just like, "Hey, you feel like doing this kink I have for me for free?" I mean, I guess it can't hurt to ask cuz you never know, but Adam is listening to some music and it's like Can you hear it? It's just like and then it's just like it's weird sounding. It's like clown rap. That's right. I am a dude. Really get frustrated when you guys don't recognize who I am, which is the first trans woman in history to give birth through her neo vagina. So it just pisses me off that I did this amazing thing, first ever, huge thing, gave birth with my fake vagina, and I don't seem to get any fucking credit for it. People just are like, oh, there's just another trans person.
If you thought the Lego scandal was done surprising you with twists and turns, you're off your gourd, Buster. You're straight gourdless in these streets. Bricks and Minifigs is a name that sends shivers down the spine of even the devil. There is no diabolical tactic too dubious, too unethical, too filthy for them to employ. They love to play around in the pig pen, and they are some fucking dirty hogs. There is no low they won't sink to. They go lower than this note. I have just learned, well, it has just been made public, I suppose, is more accurate to say, that Bricks and Minifigs has attempted to have Reckless Ben's Patreon taken down, banishing it to the Shadow Realm in an attempt to take away his main source of income. I am
Dude, that dog that I'm drawing with the two knives over him, he got hurt. I just remembered. I saw the notification. And then I got... What happened, dude? Tell me what happened! Exclamation point. Dude, so many people really think that I'm Pippi Longstocking because of the video that I posted. It's really weird, and I'm like not sure how to phrase it. Like, I'm such a smartass. I genuinely like when people are say something like, I have this lady who's messaged me and she's like, I love you so much. I was you as Halloween, and she's like 50, like she's older than I am. So like I just don't understand how so many people they just people just literally believe everything they see on the internet, and like they don't like when you see a post on social media, don't you like also click and like look at the person who posted it? And I don't and I'm not I want to be a smartass, but I can't be a smartass to people who are coming at me genuinely, from a place of like, you know, these people think they're messaging Pippi Longstocking, and I don't want to be a fucking asshole, you know? But that's kind of my like baseline feature. So I just don't, I've been ignoring their messages, and I also feel bad about that too. I don't think I should feel bad about ignoring their messages because, they're probably just sending, when they think someone's famous, they don't expect a reply. But this is like making me think to myself, like, how many people that I've messaged with in the last couple of weeks, like, they thought I was Pippi Longstocking. And that's why they were so nice. I don't know. I've just been having some really great interactions with people on social media lately. And I'm starting to think, like, does those people think I'm Pippi Longstocking? I don't want, like, because I just have this, I don't know what it is about me, but the crazy lunatic women are so attracted to me. Like, and not in a lesbian way, like in a, like, I don't even know kind of way. I don't know what it is, honestly. Maybe it's, I can't put myself in their shoes because I've never thought like that before, or so I genuinely don't know what they think, but I could just see it now. Some fucking lunatic woman gets mad at me because she thought I was Pippi Longstocking, and then, and like, starts, like, stalking and harassing me. It's always something. So you've decided that I get all of my gulliby and I get my worldview from YouTube videos, and I'm new age bullshit. Uh-huh. Yup. Man, your discernment. Wow. You're just so fucking smart and so superior to all of us because this is so beneath you. And yet here you are swimming in the sewage with the pigs. Wow. You just ensured that you're going to get more of this now that you've commented. You do understand how algorithms work. It's like manifestation, actually.
The idea is if Ben starts running out of money, he won't be able to keep putting up a fight. That seems to be the playbook that Bricks and Minifigs likes to pull from.
So, anyways, as I was saying, I feel bad. I feel guilty because, like, I'm ignoring these people. I have probably 150 messages in my inbox right now from people who genuinely think that I'm Pippi Longstocking. And some of them are, men being weird, but some of them are women who are writing me these, like, long messages about how, like, Pippi Longstocking inspired them and how grateful they are to me for inspiring them. And obviously that's not me, and I don't want them to think that it's me. I don't want them to be like, "Oh yeah, Pippi Longstocking was played by," like, I don't want to get caught. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel weird, man. And I got to go through all these messages and be like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's just a trend. It's just following a trend on social media. I'm not really Pippi Longstocking." Uh, and honestly, like, I mean, it it's kind of like, I don't, all it would take literally is to find out that I'm not Pippi Longstocking is literally more than a second of thought about it. I'm too young to be Pippi Longstocking. Pippi Longstocking, the first movie came out in, like, in 67 or 72. Like, I'm I know I look old for my age, but, like, I'm not in my early 70s, you know what I mean? And the actress that played Pippi Longstocking is in her early 70s. So, and I just, like, don't know how to reply. I don't know how to be nice about it, and I don't know how to phrase it in a way that will not make them turn into a crazy person. I have to deal with women in the same way that we women all have to deal with men on the internet. Like, you either have to completely ignore the message and hope that they just go away, or You have to try to turn a man down in a way that, you know, they're not going to get angry and then murder you. Because that happens a lot more than you would think. We get scared having to turn men down because men murder women for doing that. And I've seen men get angry, you know, and it's uncomfortable. It's not a place you want to be. Unfortunately, I don't just deal with it from men. I deal with it from straight chronically online 40 somethings who hate their life and just really don't like to see a bitch succeed. I'm going to give my tablet some time to charge. I need to put chapstick on. I need to drink water. I feel like a dehydrated prune. Mm. I'm going to be working on a yeah, long stalkings. Yeah. Uh, I have a woman. Okay, her name is Crystal. If you go on the Reddit, you'll immediately find her. But I have a woman named Crystal who has literally been long stalking Pippi over here. She has been basically talking about me, watching everything I do, like that kind of stuff for 6.5 years. Like, for real. It's so crazy that if you type her name into Google, my content pops up. Isn't it gross? Can you imagine? I am so lame, right? I'm so gross. I'm so awful, right? And yet there is someone out there who is obsessed with me. I'm boring. There's nothing special about me. I'm just a regular person. I just don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me. And I know that the way I live my life is just fucking fine and dandy. So I have no shame in sharing that. And I think that all people should be like that. No matter where you are in life, you know, you're always somewhere you're not exactly happy with, right? So when you look back on your life, you're like, wow, look how far I've come. And wouldn't it be nice, you know, if other people could share in that too and see, like, our examples of how, okay, we're so secluded from other people, we've forgotten how people interact with each other. And so we have these fake ideas of what success and happiness, like what's going to make you happy and what would constitute an actual successful life, right? And because we've been so fucking brainwashed by the medias, all of them, that we don't know, like, we can't even look at ourselves and realize how good we actually have it because we're always seeing people with like Nike shoes or fucking, you know, fancy big houses and all the bullshit that we're told is important. And actually none of those things are important. And I think it's very important, it is necessary for us as people to observe other people and the way they live their lives so we can reflect on our own way of living and go, wow, I have it so much better than I thought I did, or I don't like the way that I'm living my life, I want to be more like that, and therefore I realize it now, I see what I want, and I'm going to move forward towards and make that change in my life. Like, I don't understand, like, so it's important for people, I think, to watch live streams and for people to do live streams. So please, for the love of God, every single one of you can do what I'm doing right now. It doesn't take that much. You do have to have a thick skin, but you should be developing that anyway. We cannot we cannot change the world to suit our feelings. Unfortunately, the world is too vast and too intrinsic and too multifaceted. So like there's just no way for us to demand and make changes that everybody behave the ways that we want them to, because guess what, between me and you, we have different ways we want people to behave. So already there's a fucking, that we're going to have disharmony in trying to make people behave the way we want to, right? So we all want different things, so there's no possible way for any of us to make other people behave the way that we want to, and therefore it is you have to learn how to become unfuckwithable. You have to learn how to be so secure in your own self and your own shit that you could sit here on the internet in your fucking sports bra on your bed with your fucking no makeup on and not giving an absolute fuck what anybody thinks. None of your opinions are ever going to affect my life in any way, shape, or form. None, ever. Doesn't matter. I have people on the internet who have tried to enter my life through the internet and try to destroy it. And all they did was actually make every person who sucked leave my life. That's it. Everything else, like I've had CPS called on me. I've had the cops called on me. I've had all kinds of county officials. I have been fully gang stalked, okay, like by the internet. And yet, here I am still doing shit exactly the way that I've always done it because guess what? I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about me, and I want you to do that too. I think it's imperative that every person learn how to be their most competent self without fear. Don't change what you're doing and how you're doing it because you think someone else has a thought about what you're doing. Do what you're going to do because you want to do it because God, you got a little idea from God and you're just going to buzz around and do your little idea from God. Doesn't matter what anybody thinks. People are going to hate you. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. People are going to hate on you for doing it. They're going to hate on you for not doing it. They're going to hate on you for every reason in between. So why not just do what makes you happy? Obviously, I don't believe in being a reckless troll in the world. I don't believe in doing harm to others. So what I'm saying is coming from you should be able to do whatever you want as long as what you want is to be a good person and mind your own fucking business. That's another thing I love to do. Mind my own fucking business. There's a reason why I can be at my house in the middle of a Wednesday in my sports bra, and that's because I own my own shit. I own my house. I own my car, all outright. I don't make payments on nothing. Okay. I own land, own outright. Don't make payments on it. Okay. I never had a trust fund. I never had, I've never been, I've never been wealthy, but I have created a life for me that I don't want to escape. And that all being said, I am moving. I did get a house because I am sick of not having a fucking bat. I'm sick of living in a tube. And these are all for my own reasons, obviously. There was nothing anyone on the internet could judge me that made me want to change my life. The only thing that made me want to change my life is the fact that I am sick and tired of not having a door that I can close and hide myself from my kid. I want to be able to, I want privacy. I want to have a bathroom. I want a flushing toilet. And so I am willing to pay for it. I've come to a place in my life where I am willing to pay bills, which is crazy to think. I haven't paid bills in probably 10 years because fuck that shit. If there's another way, why not do it? And there's another way. You could get a van, convert that shit. You could get a fucking RV, tow that shit around. You could get a fucking bus. You could get a small bus. You could get a sprinter van. You could have any kind of full apartment, like a real life, actual, very nice luxury home on wheels. If you get a bus, you can have all wood everything and countertops that are made out of fucking stone. You could have some real nice shit in a bus. Bus can handle quite a bit of weight, like 30,000 pounds or something like that. So you can really, really, really make a bus a fucking badass yacht. Basically, land yacht. That's what they call it, a land yacht. And if you could do that, you could have beachfront property every day. Like, why wouldn't you do that? You know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand why, if you want to save money, you, you have to change the way you live. You can't, you have to make sacrifices. Doing this was my sacrifice so that I could heal my nervous system. I could raise my son through his most pivotal years in a safe environment where he wasn't going to get fucking molested. He wasn't going to get fucking picked on, bullied. He wasn't going to have to deal with getting kidnapped. You know what I mean? Like I haven't had to worry about any of those things because my son has been with me, you know, in the woods, safe and growing up like a boy should, chopping firewood, playing with his cars in the dirt, you know, among other things. But experiencing what it's like to have animals, you know, going and getting the chicken eggs every morning. Like he's had to have those types of chores for the majority of his little life, and he is a much better person for it. And I think now we've come to a place in our lives where it's time for expansion. And if I want to make money, then I have to also take chances. And so I am moving in 2 weeks, uh 11 days actually. I'm moving in 11 days to a 3-bedroom house, 2 bathrooms. It's got a full garage. And also, what's even cooler is that Nikki, my best good girl, she live streams on TikTok, but she's coming over. We're going to have like a sleepover birthday party the first night. And then the next day, so move-in day is June 15th, but June 16th is my son's birthday. And so I bought him a bunk bed loft for his bedroom. It's like a loft bed with a desk and like drawer stuff underneath. So I bought him that and I'm going to surprise him for his birthday. And I'm so excited. So excited. Thank you, Survival Empire. So what I'm thinking I might end up doing is selling my bus and buying a van. So that way, thank you, Seven Beauty. So I think what I'll do is I will sell the bus and I will get a van, and then I will have my house, and then I will have my travel van. And then I'll have my, you know, my daily driver vehicle, and I won't drive the van everywhere all the time. I will only drive it on trips and stuff. Also, I have like 15 rugs that I need to make that are on my, I have a wait list. I had to start a waiting list for people who wanted rugs. So I'm pretty excited about that. I should be making a rug right now, but I'm kind of like, I am savoring the last few days before everything changes. You know what I mean? And so I'm not trying to like spend all my free time, you know, exhausting myself. Y'all, I just made the fucking cat's food and now there's flies on it and now I have to throw it away. God fucking damn it. I fucking hate fucking flies. I can't wait to have windows with screens in them. What a luxury. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Thanks, Stacy. I hate flies. They're so nasty. So, and the problem is that it's either open the windows and get air or die in a metal oven that is fully exposed to the sun. It's very frustrating. Listen, I've made a sacrifice. Living the way that I have lived for the last, you know, so many years has been a huge sacrifice. And I've done it I did it for a reason, you know, because God told me to. And I healed my nervous system. I learned so many lessons. I had so much happen to me that was like severely traumatic, and yet it actually like, I don't know, it like forged me into a better person. Dude, why are husbands the way they are? Josh wants to get Elliot a a bike for me. I want to paint it though. Wait. Josh just found me a beach cruiser bicycle. Anyway, he wants to get Elliot a fucking dirt bike. And I'm like, we've been living in the woods for 5 years, and at no point did you know, was a dirt bike on the agenda. And now we move into a fucking suburban neighborhood and you want to get him a dirt bike? No. Oh, my eyes twitching just thinking about it. He has a fucking electric bike and an electric scooter. Why does he need a fucking a motor? Vin, vin, vin. Why does he need that? He doesn't. He needs it like he needs a hole in the head. And I'm afraid that if he rides it, he might have one. Just block him. I wish that he was that rough and tumble, swaggy. He's not. He found me a cool beach cruiser bicycle with a big fat seat. I have a bony ass. I need a big fat bicycle seat. What was I gonna do?
Creator community. My name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction.
What a disgusting, slimy, underhanded maneuver here. This is some shit that not even Umbrella Corporation was doing. They are that evil. So they have put in all of the official paperwork here to force Patreon to take down Reckless Ben's Patreon account. And this is the CEO coming forward to let the community know that this has been submitted. This is real. This isn't someone impersonating Bricks and Minifigs. This is all the vile, despicable, unholy work of an evil organization led by someone who legitimately has
on my hair
mustache, the most comic book character villain looking motherfucker imaginable. Ammon, I'm talking about that goober. This is them now trying to starve out Ben. They tried numerous times to have him thrown in jail over some barnacles and horseradish.
John Wayne.
That didn't work. So now they've come from the top turnbuckle
attached to my vape
to try and instead just take away his income.
Huffy mountain bike.
I cannot fathom a world where Bricks and Minifigs as a business exists beyond this point. I just don't think it's possible, not even in a fucking fairy tale, because who would possibly feel comfortable going into bed with them from this point forward, knowing what we know now? Even just fully setting aside what I believe to be
I have to send my husband some money. I'll be right back.
Corruption.
This Bricks and Minifigs case, Blondie, is... Listen, it's not just Bricks and Minifigs, okay? This shit goes right to the fucking top. There are people who have been trying to expose on YouTube the Mormon Mafia for a very long time, okay? There are Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens trying to find out what happened to Charlie Kirk, and oddly, it's all Utah, okay? Everything sketchy is in Utah. All right? All the fucking the businesses and in Arizona, Utah and Arizona, okay? Which are, you know. So, Mike Huckabee is Mormon, right? The daughter of Huckabee, Mitt Romney, okay? Mitt Romney is literally best friends with Bibi Netanyahu. It's been documented for years and years. They're like buds, right? That just became like more in the public zeitgeist recently. So this stuff, this Bricks and Minifig stuff, it is accidentally exposing shit that, I mean, this is huge. It's not just Legos, okay? It's not just Legos. It's not even really about Legos. It's about this corruption. It's about this money laundering scheme. And it is about a group of individuals who are proclaiming to be kind. We'll see, you got to realize what it is, truthfully. The Mormon Mafia is a group of individuals who have pretended to be Mormon, okay? Because Mormon people, let's just be real, true Mormons, I know real Mormons, okay? Like real Mormons. They are the gentlest people. They are kind. They are kind to a fault. They will literally, they're the kind of people who would like you, they would just give you their car if you needed it. You know what I mean? Like these are people who absolutely follow the Bible, and they truly are innocent people. You know what I mean? They're like naive. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay. So you must realize that there are going to be people who are either born in that world, or people who are outsiders coming in, who see these naive people who in this today's 2026 are still able to be screwed over and like manipulated and fucking tricked, right? So like these people have played the game pretending to be these religious people, and that's the face they put on. And it's like a mini version of politics going on in the Mormon community, where you have these like lizard people who are fucking evil, who are infiltrating and taking over and then doing things that are in the best interest of their wallets and not so much the actual people. Well, that has been going on. What's happening with like what we see happening with Trump is happening on a small scale in the Mormon community. It's been completely overrun by these schemesters and scammers. And it's the police, it's the government, it's it's all the way, every step to the top, to the very top, to as far as Mike Huckabee, you know, like Mitt Romney, like you just got to think about that stuff. Amish are amazing. Listen, Amish people are are legit. I When I get my shit together and settled in, my dream is to find a husband man, you know, like if I was to do it all, Josh is mine, unfortunately. I think that that's just the way of it. You know, I chose him when I was 14. I didn't know what I was doing, but he's a good guy. He's a good dad. And I think that I'm just not going to ever date again. And my husband and I are going to just raise our kid together and, you know, whatever. Maybe I'll date when I'm an older woman. But for now, until my son is old enough to take care of himself, it's not even on the table. But if it was, right, okay, I would look for an Amish man, or a man that was like formerly Amish. And you got to realize in every community, there are going to be people taking advantage. So when you hear about the Amish people who are like crazy evil to their animals, crazy, the kids are fucking running away to escape because they're like, you know, that is the same exact thing that's happening everywhere else. Every single community has been infiltrated by demonic, for lack of a better term, forces, right? And there are people who get these ideas and they take action, and they're evil ideas that are in their own best interest, that are not in the best interest of everyone involved. And there are people who get ideas and they do things that are in the best interest of the people that they love and that are they're all involved, right? So it's this is why this whole thing, like the more I see what's happening in the world, that guy that was on Tucker Carlson last week, the title of the video is about giants. So it almost turned me off because, you know, like I'm not into that hokey shit, right? I have a strong level of like, yeah, that's all bullshit. But at the same time, I've experienced magical things before. So, you know, I believe to an extent. However, I was like really desperate for something to listen to at work. And so I listened to it. And the guy who was talking was just a very intelligent man in general. And he was talking about how in Roman times, they thought of the brain more of like the eye of the mind, or the like heart of the mind. The the brain was considered a sensory organ, like your sense of smell, like your sight. Your brain doesn't, or your nose doesn't create smell out of nothing. It interprets it, it perceives it. Your eyes aren't creating everything it sees, it's interpreting what it's seeing. And so the same thing they thought about your brain, the positive, I don't know how to verbalize, because people have so many varying beliefs, and like some people are religious and it's, angels and demons. Some people aren't religious and it's, it's just high energy and low energy. So whatever it is that you classify it, the theory is, in general, my theory, those things are being sent out into the world, and a lot of us are picking up on that shit. But what you choose to do with the things that your brain is picking up, like if you have a really bad idea, a negative thought, whatever, it's not necessarily your thought. You're not a bad person for having this thought. That's just some, you have to just ignore it and do something, listen to the good thoughts. And those thoughts, those things don't even happen anymore. Like, I don't even have really gross thoughts or like evil thoughts, or like I don't ever think things like malicious thoughts. I never think of like how to get someone back, or like those things don't even come to my mind, like, ever. And so, like, it's a habit thing. I used to think like that. I used to think negative things all the time, and I used to have, like, how can I, you know make this situation the best for me and no one else. Like, I used to listen to the for lack of a better term, the demon on my shoulder. And so it's up to you. That's when God gave us free will, that's what they mean. Okay? There's an angel. Like, it's almost funny how we've gone back to like these archaic cliches, right? But like, there is an angel sitting on your shoulder whispering good things to you, and a demon on your shoulder whispering not good things to you. And it's a matter of, who are you listening to the most? Which one is going to grow stronger? And which one is going to become more powerful? And which one is going to decide to help you rule your life? And if you continue, whichever one you're hearing and acting on, that's the one that's growing. And that is that is the free will that God gave us. It's not like, oh, God gave us free will so I can dominate this land as I see fit. No, God gave you the choice to decide to listen to the good or to decide to listen to the bad. And whatever way you want to swing that, it applies. It doesn't matter if you're a fucking hippie woo woo and you're into manifestation in the universe, the same shit applies. It's just a different way of visualizing it. That's it. It's just a different way of understanding the way you're interpreting it in your mind. Some people see literal angels. Some people see little fucking like bubbly orb, with the purpley pink colors and shit. It doesn't matter. What matters is the root of it, the bones of the structure. I am an animated person. Right, exactly, rewind. And the way that we see whatever this greater than ourselves thing is, I mean, I don't agree with the way the AA is like, oh, well, a chicken could be your higher power. That is another cult in and of itself. We'll go down that road one other day. But um it's it doesn't matter how you visualize it. If you visualize a power great, like if it's a man in the sky and there's angels and literal the devil and like literal, heaven and hell and all that, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. I love that for you. And I do that too. In a lot, I do. Just because it gives you some easy visualization. God doesn't care. I think God is actually, okay, I don't know how else to explain this. I saw on the internet, someone recommended to me a while back something called the egg theory. So if you go on YouTube and you search for the egg theory, that will explain to you better a different, but it's basically the same thing as what I just had an understanding, and I knew what God was. I just knew. I had this aha moment and I went, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The way I'm visualizing it in my head made it make sense for me, and that's all that matters. You don't have to visualize it the same as long as we have an understanding of what it means. So when they say like, oh, we're all one and we're all connected, we like literally are. So okay, if you picture in in an empty space, right? A gravity free liquid bubble. Okay. You know what it looks like when they have little bubbles in outer space or whatever, right? Or the water. It's just like floating around, right? Okay. So that is God, right? And that has every soul that's ever sold of anything that's ever had a soul is there, right? And as we are born, it's like raindrops. As we die, it's like when two water droplets get close to each other, they go boop, and then they become one, right? Okay, well, there's no way to separate those water droplets into two distinct, exact what was there before beings, because now they've become one, right? Now, what you have is a combination. When a new soul is born, the soul has experienced things before because it has a little bit of every soul that's ever sold, you know? It's not like, oh, well, we reincarnated and it's me, this one being, I die, I come back, another whole soul. No, that's not how it is. When you die, you go back, whoop, into the bubble, into the liquid bubble. And when a soul is born, now a little bit of you, it's kind of like in Fern Gully when Maggie dies and those little like dots go like out into everybody, it's like that. But there's no way there's no possible way that you could take from the God droplet, right, and pluck Heather out of that. Because once Heather is gone, Heather is a part of it all. It's so like you can't separate the water. It's like when you have milk and water, you can't separate them. There's no possible way, right? So like it's the same exact thing. And that's my personal theory of what God is and what it means when they say like we are all one. We are all one from the same whole. We are all a part of God and God is a part of all of us. And we are the same. Literally every single one of us is exactly the fucking same. We just were in different places, And the thing is that in order for God to become like God, like supreme, I don't know, whatever, a bigger, like once it gets there, everything has to be experienced. Every single experience has to be experienced, whether you're a fucking plant or an animal or a human being. Every single thing has to happen before like it can, move on. This is all for a reason. Every single thing we do is because this experience is supposed to happen. It has to happen in order for things to happen. Like, that's just the way of it, you know? Anyway. No, my dog is not dead. He's outside right now. He refuses to come inside. I tried, it rained like twice today, and he refused to come inside. He really likes his little igloo. What he's doing, I think he is literally mentally and physically preparing to change the way we live. So he has started, what he's doing is he is sleeping outside all night long. This is his breed. That's what he's bred for. He is a Great Pyrenees. He is a nighttime dog. He is meant to be guarding animals at night while they sleep. And then he's meant to sleep all day. That's his breed. That's what he's meant to do. That's what he wants to do. That's his thing. So anyway, he started sleeping outside at night in his little igloo and watching my front door all night long and just sleeping there. And I think that he's like starting to prepare himself for the way where our lives are about to change. Because instead of like being, he doesn't necessarily need to do that here, but where we're going to live, like that's like, he's going to be our guard dog, duh. And so like, it's just crazy. Like he's, it's like he knows. I need to get more water. That's what I've been trying to tell myself to do for like 10 minutes. Bro, these fucking flies, dude. I know that I'm not out of Evian. Come on. Seriously? I have a bunch of Evian around here. This one's like old and I'm scared to break it. Alright, I gotta run to my car, so we're gonna run to my truck real quick. Emergency bottle of Evian. And then a fire marshal bill. Let me tell you something. It's my house. That big old bus. Ah, ah, ah. Ow. Thorny thing. You gotta rub it or the pain won't go away. Check it out. My dirty hippie lives in a van. Woo! It's fucking really nice day. Look at that hardiness. Wow. How lucky am I? This is why I'm not doing any rug making stuff today, because this is like pretty much the last day kid free that I have before shit changes completely. Like my whole life changes. So I'm savoring today. I'm gonna probably draw a little bit. I have a lot of drawing to do. I can't wait to get out of this bus. I'm so ready. Thank you, camera, for letting me know someone came in the door. Look at that. I can't remember what it's called. I got it from Nikki. Begonia. It's begonia, I think. My brain wants to say bougainvillea because I'm from Florida. I was just thinking, I was laying here this morning and I was like, man, you know, it's going to be kind of sad is I'm not going to be able to have my jingle jingle in my bedroom next to my bed anymore. It's like not going to be wind, right? It's a house. Why do I have so many tattoos? I had a very traumatic childhood and I didn't have very many good role models growing up. The few role models that I did have that, you know, were whatever they were, typically were all tattooed. What I have found though, truly, I don't regret a single thing at all, first of all and foremost. I don't regret any of my tattoos. The reason why is because what I find is that people who I want generally nothing to do with, people who are manipulative, probably have sociopathic tendencies, people who are more likely to always do what is in their own best interest, no matter what, those kind of people tend to announce themselves when they walk into a room by saying, why did you get all those tattoos? Or, you know, ew, look at that girl with those, like, why did she ruin her, you know, like all the things. Like, you, by saying that, you let me know that I shouldn't even waste my breath trying to, you know, become friends and then find out later down the line that you're actually going to like do something really toxic to hurt me. It saved me so much headache. And I've had it where I have used that discernment in my life, right? In real life. And then time has gone on and I have been able to see that person do exactly what I knew they were going to do, you know? And I have had it happen where I, you know, because I am very, very reflective and I try to understand like, what did I do to make this person treat me that way? I like to, and I will really go over it and think about it. And so what I have realized actually is that every single person who fucked me over, always when we first met, they were like, oh my God, your face tattoos. Or like, oh, you have you know, like it is always something like that. And I just realized over time that, wow, these are amazing fucking asshole detectors. Right on. So that's pretty much it. I should record a fucking video. I should take this footage right here and turn it into a short so then I can just refer everyone to that short. Yes, FK, patriarchy, they absolutely weed themselves out. And that's the thing is like, I am too nice of a person. I have been chronically misunderstood because I'm fucking autistic and a little bit too much of a golden retriever. So, like, I get screwed over. And people, like, I don't get screwed over by baseline, you know, people who are just like kind of, it takes a lot. It takes a very skilled manipulator, but you know, when I don't fall for a manipulator's bullshit, sometimes they take that as a challenge and I've accidentally challenged them. I don't know. And so then they play like the long hard game and some people are genuinely good at being manipulative. The woman who I share my land with, for example, she was like I gave her half of my land. $100,000. I just signed her name on it because I loved her and she was my best friend. And literally, the ink was not even dry when she was just like, I've met the man of my dreams and we're in love. He's moving in today. What? I bought this property to have a mom community. No men. No men. We had agreed no men. No men and no fucking dogs. I didn't have my dog yet. I had to get my dog because my cat kept getting attacked by her fucking new boyfriend's every month dog. 27 men, her little revolving door had go through that property. I stopped counting after that. There were more. She already had that plan. Yes, you're right. She already had that plan. See, I didn't know that because I loved her. She was my best friend. We both lived in the buses. We both have sons the same age. We were both into the same thing, home cooked meals, healthy, organic life, living on a homestead, working hard as fuck, chopping firewood and doing shit you don't need no man type. She was a fucking strong woman. And she was actually more capable than me, you know? And I saw it like, okay, you come with the fucking homesteading skills that I can learn from you, and I come with the property. And now we can come together and fucking, we could totally have a homestead by ourselves in a non-gay way, as, you know, raising our kids together. And she literally betrayed me the day that we signed the paperwork. Boom. I documented the entire thing on the internet. But I didn't know, you know, I loved her and I wanted her to never be homeless. I wanted her to be where I was. I wanted to have a homestead. And I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea what I was doing when I first got that property. I had to like sink or swim. And I almost, you know, like I could have died. I didn't almost die, but I could have died like so many fucking times if I didn't just figure it out, you know? But thank God I'm the kind of person who can kind of figure shit out, at least enough to survive. I was not living happily. Ugh, my mouth is so dry. I need to drink this for a minute and not talk. That's why my mouth is so dry, so I'm running my fucking cocksucker. I should open the window more. All right, I have stopped talking for a minute.
Personal fucking military force.
But yeah, I documented the entire thing on the internet, including my fucking survival. So you guys are welcome to go back in history and watch it. I don't need a husband. I don't need a husband at all. Oh, the property, I still own it, but she lives there. And I'm about to rent a house. But I've been living on my friend Adam's property for almost 2 years because she teamed up with the lunatic woman who's been stalking me on Reddit, like the snark pages or whatever. I have one, and she's been stalking me really bad, like in person, and like she calls like CPS on me, the police, like she told the police I was stalking her. It was anyway, the girl I gave half of my property to teamed up with the woman who's been stalking. And so, can you still hear me? Hold on. My phone started ringing, so can you still hear me? I'll have to call her back. Hold on. Okay. My phone started ringing. So anyway, she teamed up with the woman who was stalking me on Reddit, and the lady who I gave half my property to, she was telling the lady on Reddit like when I was home, what my schedule was, what my truck looked like, what our property looked like, all the schematics of our property, and then next thing you know, 4 men came to my property and tried to, I don't know what, because I fortunately I was under so much pressure to survive. I was completely off grid, generating all my own electricity, fetching all my own water, having to survive in the wilderness of Oregon with no experience. I didn't know what I was doing and I just had to figure it out. But 4 men went to my house. I just so happened to not be there. I was helping a friend who was like having an issue, and I was having an issue with my power. And so that night I was not there. And it was by the grace of God that I wasn't there. And so I got a call from the people who I share a driveway with. They're grandfathered in to use my property to get to their property because it's like my driveway is like basically a half a mile long. Anyway, they are telling me this story of how last night 4 men came to the property looking for me. They drove past they probably went all in my bus, but they went past and went through to their house, walked in the front door, and then were just like trying to they were like playing the drums and like grabbing the stuff and using guitars and stuff like that were laying in their living room and shit. Like very intimidating, very lecherous. Where's the pretty red-haired girl? Like that kind of shit. And I was like, oh, okay. And I never went back after that. I literally lived in a fucking tent for months while I tried to get something else together or figured out. And then I came and lived here in a tent until the winter storm hit. And then I moved into the shed. And then after about 3 months living in that shed, I finally was able to move my bus off my property and move it here. And that's why I'm here right now, is because I have a fucking stalker on the internet and the woman who I gave half of my land to, who have teamed up and have made it impossible for me to safely live there. And it's in the middle of nowhere, and the police do not show up. Police do not show up. There are no police. It's in the middle of nowhere in Oregon. So you either live by the crime or you die by the crime. And I don't live by crime. So I had to get out of there. There are no satanic tattoos. Yeah, I have been living in the bus here on Adam's property since March, or I think March of 2025 is when I got my bus back, but I wasn't able to fully move into it until I think like April or even the very beginning of May. And because it took me forever to clean it out. It was a nightmare what had happened to my bus. People had come and ransacked it, and like she had come up to my bus and opened my bus up. So the front door was wide open, all the windows were open, like it was a fucking open to the elements, and it had rained and snowed and all of my stuff was in here. She also stole paperwork, important paperwork, that that was important to me. And so anyway, um yeah, but I got my bus back and I'm alive, and that's all I care about. I'm only telling the story of what happened, what actually happened, but I don't give like a fuck. Like I don't think about it and I'm not dwelling my life on it. I am 100% focused on this because I'll worry about that shit some other time. Like I'm not worried about it. She wants to live on the property and enjoy her perfect little homestead life and, you know, out in the woods of Oregon on her free property that she bagged. That's perfectly fine. Enjoy it. One day I will either have a lawyer who's willing to help me or either a real estate lawyer who wants to help me do a forced sale on the property, or I will find someone who's willing to buy out my share, or I will find a lawyer who is willing to help me go through a lawsuit against her about what she did. And that includes like, you know, the Reddit stalker too, who I 100% know who she is, only because of the stalking. I have never met this woman in real life. I only know of her because I had to learn who she was. So, um, yeah, one day it will all work out. It's not up to me to worry about that. God has a plan on all that, and it's not for me to worry about. I know that I am meant to make rugs. I'm meant to do the jobs that I do, the work that I do. I work harder than anyone I know, physical labor. I work a man's job. And I make these rugs and I just got myself a house. I know what I'm supposed to be doing because every step that I take towards this life that I'm walking into right now, keep getting blessed. Like another fucking weird out of the blue blessing, like fucking just wow. So, you know, I am 100% on the right path right now, and I know that. There's no way anyone could ever sway me of that. That's another reason why the troll comments don't bother me, is because, yeah, what you see right now, you may have a judgment about it, but you truly don't know shit about me or my life. So you're welcome to have your opinion. That's the blessing of us living in the United States, is that everyone has the right to say whatever they want. That's your right. You have the right to your own opinion. It's my choice not to listen to you. And, you know, and if you want to be on the internet, you really have to have a thick skin. You cannot be on the internet if you are easily affected by the comments of other people. You got to realize 99% of these comments are people just like, and then swiping away, you know? The majority of people don't like linger and stay and watch. They just like, it's like a dump and then a swipe. And they've, you know, I've done it in the past, but what I trained myself to do is if I don't even do it anymore because I finally trained myself completely out of it. But in order to stop doing that and commenting like that, just rude things on people's or judgmental things, what I did was I typed out the comment and then I swiped away without hitting enter. And then eventually I just stopped bothering because I'm like, they're not even gonna see these comments. Why are you keep typing them? So then I just stopped typing them. And I never did it really. I've been a rude person on the internet before myself. I know how it happens, and therefore it doesn't bother me. It's gonna be so hot now. Of course. I need to call my friend who called me back. Get loud, it's a hot. Let's look in here. It's gonna rain, and I'm gonna have to run around and close all those windows again. And I would walk 500 miles in the okay, not sitting on the hair. Good. I don't do magic. I don't believe in using magic on people. I also don't believe that we should really be dabbling in things we don't fundamentally and fully understand. So if you are just kind of like dabbling, you should never try to do magic, because you're going to end up hurting yourself, because it's not good. The blowback is not good. Also, the only people who are going to even want to like manifest their dream reality are people who are like sociopathic already, unfortunately. When you manifest what you want, it affects other people's lives. And therefore, if you have a net negative effect on others and it's a positive effect for you, there is karma to be paid, whether you know what you did or not. And I've learned that from personal experience. So what I have come to discover is the absolute best way to be happy is to live in a constant free fall with God, for lack of a better term. That's what I like to call it. So I have, I just basically do whatever God tells me to do. I work hard. I'm a good person. I don't do things that are bad even when no one's looking. And I always choose, when I come to the fork in the road, I choose what's good for everybody, not just good for myself. And when, like, I think that if you choose, if you, it's hard to like articulate all of this because it totally, I just don't know how to phrase it. Do I use like God? Do I use the universe? Because it's also interchangeable, you know? So I'm going to use those interchangeably. But I mean, because it's all the same for everybody, or it's different what you visualize, right? We were talking about that earlier, but it's all the same. So I think that if you choose to pay attention, there are little signs and little coincidences that happen in your life, or you'll just find yourself having the urge, like a strong urge to do a certain thing. And I'm like pretty sure that's like God talking to you and trying to tell you, hey, you should be doing this thing with yourself. Okay, so I got this strong urge. I'll use myself as an example. I got this very strong urge in March to make rugs. I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, the day that I got my tax money, and I immediately got the couple of, I had already a lot of stuff coincidentally that I needed, but I also had to buy some things. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't even know that I was getting my tax money, one, because I never know exactly what day it's going to come. And it always says like between this many and this many days. And so you just never know. So I didn't know. I just literally just woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and had this urge to look and see what I needed to buy rug making equipment and like what I had to have on hand. And so at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I literally was like, oh, do I? Then I checked my account and I was like, let's see if my tax money went through or whatever. And I checked my account and sure enough, so I was like, okay, done. So I bought the couple of things that I needed. I started making rugs. I took it seriously. I rebranded my social media and from Subliminal Locks. Cause here's the thing. I was already thinking like, what am I going to like, I should have done. I was already thinking about doing it for like the last year or maybe even two. And the reason is because like I realized like what subliminal locks actually are. And I was like, why is that my social media name? Like, I am not putting subliminal locks on people and I don't want them on me. So I feel like by getting rid of that name, I've even like broken free of some subliminal locks that were like holding me back. But anyway, so I rebranded my social media. I took the rug stuff very seriously because I realized how much it's pulling together every hobby that I already enjoyed. So by making rugs, I am going to get the satisfaction, you know, the drawing of the rugs, the projecting and tufting of the rugs, the gluing and, you know, backing them. It's all things that I'm interested in doing separately and all together it's rug making. So it's basically perfect for me. And so I got this strong urge to start doing rug making stuff. So I started doing it because I felt like God was telling me to do it. So I started making the rugs. Then 3 months basically to the day, I found a house. I've been looking for a house for at least a year. Loosely, I've been talking to all my neighbors about it, telling them like I need a place. If you know anyone that's renting a place, I literally have been spreading the seeds, talking to everybody I know, the people at the gas station. I talk to everybody. If you know a place, please let me know. If you know of a place, please let me know. And then on Sunday before Memorial Day, I woke up with this strong urge to check the online, you know, rentals or whatever. And I was kind of checking, like, I was checking. I don't use Marketplace because Marketplace is full of scammers, and 99% of it is people just trying to get your phone number so that they can scam call you. So I don't even bother with Marketplace, but I was on, like, the Zillow rental website. I was on all these places, right? And I actually was like taking it really seriously that day. Like, I'm looking for a place, I'm messaging people, I'm inquiring, I'm asking, I'm serious. And then I found my place. Literally the next day I went and looked at it, I found it, boom. And I think that God was basically putting little stepping stones out for me and just saying, like, okay, here, jump right here. Okay, jump right here. Because every idea that I have, this like strong urge that I have to do things, it leads me to exactly where I need to be in order for the thing I've always wanted. And then listen to this. Okay, so I took the chance, I took the leap on, okay, I've got this strong urge to find a place. I got the strong urge to do the rug making. And I also had the strong urge to like the first couple of rugs that I made, I wanted to make them for some very specific people. And because I have been following them for a really long time, I watched them grow from like nobody into, like, we're on TikTok. I'm a semi-large content creator or whatever. I have like almost 200,000 followers or whatever. So I'm not like an empty creator, or I'm not like what is it called? A mini influencer or whatever, a micro influencer. Anyway, so I have a relatively large account on TikTok, and therefore, I have some clout to like engage with certain other content creators. But I didn't reach out to anybody. Like, I reached out to people that were on my level, who I watched grow from when I started out from nothing, and I grew, and I've watched them all. They were all been at the same level like the entire time growing, and all been around the same. So I had these people in mind that I wanted to make it for. And then I made the owl rug. I gave it to the girl that I had the strong urge to give it to. And then she made a video about it. And I told these people, I was like, listen, I want you to know this. I am not making this for content. I'm making your rugs, I'm making as my content because that's what I'm doing, is rug making. But I don't want to go viral. I'm not trying to do this for clout or whatever. My giving you this rug under no circumstances comes with you need to make a video about it. Okay, so please, I almost don't want you to make a video about it, but like, if you really want to, I guess you can, but this is, you do not have to. And I meant that genuinely, because I don't want to blow up. I'm afraid of blowing up. I don't want that, because then I'll be overwhelmed and I won't be able to give each rug the time and attention that I need to give it in order to give out what my standard of quality. And I'm not going to sacrifice on that. So if I'm afraid to get too busy and then get overwhelmed. So I don't want to. I've already gone viral, like really viral. A video of mine on TikTok has like 16 million views or something like that. And so I know what it's like. I've already been through that. And I really I don't want to be a large content creator like that. I like just having a couple people. I just enjoy it. This is bigger than normal. But anyway, so anyway, I got the strong urge. She ended up like really liking the rug. I was telling them, I was so nervous because it's like, I'm still new. I don't really know what I'm doing. Like, I'm not good at finish work. I'm not making it looking pro and crisp on the back. So like, the back of it is nobody's business. Anyway, she loved it. She made a video about it. The video kind of blew up. And like, I got 1,000 subscribers on Instagram. And the funny thing is that I didn't actually even follow this girl on Instagram at all. I followed her on TikTok, and I was talking to her through TikTok. I didn't even follow her on Instagram, so I didn't even think about Instagram or realize. But Instagram is where the video that she posted is getting the most like interaction from the people. And I remember now, oh, well, Instagram has more artisans, and artisans follow each other and buy each other's stuff. So then one of my absolute most favorite accounts on the planet followed me, and it was just crazy. Like, someone I've been following for probably 10 years is a huge account, and like, they're following me now, which is crazy because of the rugs, because of the rug that I made. And I'm, like I said, if I had not listened to that strong urge that I got in at 3 o'clock in the morning, none of this would be possible. So when I say that you should be in a constant free fall with God, you know, do your day job. Where you are right now is where you are right now. Accept that and just work as hard as you possibly can and be your best self right now where you are. But what you want for yourself and what God wants for you might not necessarily be the exact same thing. So keep your ears open and just pay close attention to like what you seem to like be super interested in. Cause like what you notice, I tell my son this, what you notice becomes your responsibility. Meaning, did the internet just cut out? Okay. So what you notice is your responsibility. So if you're walking and you see a piece of garbage on the ground, you noticed it. That means God's trying to use you to get that garbage cleaned up. And so that's my son's way of like, that's how we choose to live our life. You know, if I notice something is wrong in the world, I'm just going to do something about it if I can do something about it. If I notice, that my husband didn't clean up his socks and I see like he's going through stuff, he's busy, whatever, I'm just going to like, for absolute example, I go to my ex-husband's house. My husband, he's still my husband, but I go to his house. I see that his house is, a little messy. I don't ask. I just start cleaning. I just start picking things up. I just start putting things away because I can see very clearly that it needs to be done. You know what I mean? And I'm not, why would I bitch at him about it? Instead, I'm just going to fucking do it because I see it needs to be done. Obviously, he's not able to do it. And that's how I think we should live our lives in general. And if you notice something in the world and you keep getting these ideas in your head like, oh, that's interesting, that thing is interesting, oh wow, that thing is cool, that hobby is interesting, that might be because you're supposed to be doing that hobby. So why don't you just, every single hobby aside from like being a fucking Pilates instructor, you don't really need much, like you can get started on a simple small scale. And if you get creative or you go on YouTube and find out other people who have done it on a small, easy, simple scale. Because when you're just learning, you don't want to use the finest materials anyway. You want to start out with what you got and what you can access, and you move from there. And I promise you that if you are getting this urge to do something, but you don't have what you need, as long as you start taking the steps towards doing that urge, satisfying that, urge, that hobby, whatever it is, then the things that you need will just come to you. I can't explain it. It will just happen. When you are doing what God wants you to do, God will make sure that you have everything you need exactly when you need it. I don't have the space to make rugs in this bus. Okay. I don't know if you noticed, but one of the major things people complain at my house is, oh, your house is so messy. It's such a clusterfuck. Yeah, I know. I hate it too. But guess what? God told me to start making rugs. And so guess what? I can't complain. I just have to accept the fiber is going to be all over my stuff and just trust that a house is on the way. And that's exactly what happened. I found a house with 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a fucking garage. A big, like, double garage or whatever, 2-car garage. It's fucking a garage that I can work in. I can have like an island with work stuff there. I can have shop tables all around the outside. I can have everything I need to do all of my hobbies, not just rug making, but I could have a sewing station. I could have a fucking leather making station. And it's because God told me to make rugs. I listened. I just did what I was told. Even though it made me miserable to be covered in fibers, I still just duked it out. I'm moving forward. And now all of these other blessings. And crazy story is the day before yesterday, out of the blue, my friend Christy messages me and was like, hey, I'm about to launch my book. You wrote a book, whatever. If you send me your book, I'll show it to my publisher. I've been wanting to get my book, you know, in front of a publisher for a long time. I've already published it myself. But it needs it needs to be better. I've never, I'd never written a book before. I'd never published a book before. So I was doing it all by myself. And so like it was the very first time I ever used Chat GPT. It had just come out maybe like a couple months or something before that. And I was slow to take onto it. But I was like, okay, well, I'm writing a book. That seems like something I could actually use it for. Well, come to find out, actually, ChatGPT just adds things sometimes or just doesn't put text in places. And if you're not super duper fucking careful, you might not notice it and then publish your book. So that's kind of what happened. Because so what happened is I got this very strong urge to write a book. And it ended up being I had to write 2 books because it was not, the 2 things were like the same but different, but they had to be sisters. They couldn't be in one. So I had to write 2 books. And so in a course of like literally a week and a half, I just ADHD like wrote these books. I took all my notes that I'd ever taken. I take all the videos that I've ever made on social media about like motivation and self-help and manifestation and just life in general. And I took it all in a week and did nothing. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, I didn't do shit. I was living in a tent when I wrote my books actually and published them. So, mm-hmm. Yeah, the owl really did turn out great. No, it didn't write my book for me. Absolutely not. It edited my book and helped me format it for Kindle because you can't just upload a fucking Word file into Kindle or whatever. So I didn't know what to do. And so I asked ChatGPT what to do, you know. And then I got a lot of help, on how to edit and how to format. I just didn't know what I was doing. And I was like not sure like what should I put, what part of all of this words that you read here should I put in the front? What should I put as the last part of the book? I didn't know how to build the story or whatever, like a cohesive like chapter 1 through whatever. And I mean, it's not a story, it's a self-help book, but I didn't know how to like uh, compile all the information, build on, like chapter 1 is got this information and then chapter 2 builds on chapter 1 and chapter 3 builds on, and I didn't understand how to do that. And so I got help from ChatGPT to do that. And that's when the problems really started, because apparently the text that it spits out at you is not in fact like, sometimes it just removes stuff. It removed like so much stuff that I had written, and I was like, what the fuck? And I didn't notice it until it was like way too late, because I was just so focused on just getting it done. And I was doing 2 of them basically at once. And so, yeah, it was a lot. Sometimes I don't read the comments at all, ever. I mean, have you never been in a live stream like that has 100 people in it with people talking a lot? So most of the time the person who you're watching is telling you, like, it's like you're watching almost a video, and the only time they actually engage with the chat is when at the end, when they're like reading all the super chats, or they will have the super chats that pop up on the screen, right away, and those are the ones that they reply to. So I engage with my comment section earnestly, but right now I don't feel like it. I don't have to. It's my world. There was 120 something people in here a minute ago, and then it went down to like 78, and then it went back up again. Oh, you can do that? You can buy a house with EBT? That's interesting.
And then everything went tits up. He didn't receive any payment for it, despite them selling the collection. And they still refused to give back the collection. So even just that right there should be a nail in the coffin of this business, where customers won't feel safe, because who's to say this was some isolated incident? This is the one everyone knows about now, but it's very possible you take your Legos to them to sell, they don't give you what you are owed for it. And then if you try and request it back or try and put up a stink about like, hey, you've got my Legos and I haven't been paid for it, well, they might just go try and ruin your life. And then even that won't be enough to satisfy the gluttonous greed of this corporation. They will then wipe their ass with your rights and try and take away your income to silence you from speaking about your experiences with them and talking about the truth of the matter behind a lot of things here based on all of the available evidence. It is unbelievable, because I think, have completely torpedoed their company. There is no world where this business should be around after all of the dust
This is
settles.
what got me on the
It's-
whole
it's fucking
topic of
crazy. But
everything
anyway,
to begin with.
Like I said,
Bricks and
the first
minifigs.
development is they're trying to take down reckless bins. Patreon
Mormon
to
Mafia.
take away his main source of income. And they've submitted all this paperwork. They've given it to Patreon to force their hand to take it down. But I have saved the best part for last.
So, after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's trust and safety team, we have in fact, unfortunately, determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out.
It is exceptionally rare, almost unheard of, for a company of Patreon size, they are a huge company, to actually side with a creator against a massive corporation. Bricks and Minifigs is huge. And they are using all of the elbow grease they can against one guy, Ben. And they tried to bring the legal hammer of their girth here to force Patreon to take him down. And Patreon said no. Now, I haven't been the biggest fan of Patreon. I think all of you know that. But this right here from the CEO, I think is such an admirable move. Like, yeah, it's kind of easy PR at this moment because everyone rightfully is against bricks and minifigs. But it's extremely
Zachariah, I honestly am still a beginner, and so I am charging very little for my rugs right now. Once I sell 20 rugs, not just make 20 rugs, because I'm making rugs and giving them away too. But you know, to like my friends and family, I'm giving rugs away. And so because I'm giving some rugs away, I don't count those as sold rugs. So I have to sell 20 rugs. Once I sell 20 rugs, then I will consider myself a moderate beginner. And, you know, I will have at that point had more experience selling rugs. And then I can up my price a little bit. But right now, specifically, I'm having a moving sale. I honestly should take that post down because I think I might be like at my limit. Can you hear Adam's bass? If you want to buy a rug, message me on Instagram. Where are you from? Food vouchers? I'm from the USA. They don't call them food vouchers, so just a nanosecond of logic behind what you said is obvious bullshit. No, I will not be joining the Illuminati. I don't join groups at all. I like being by myself. This is as much of a group as I like being in. Autumn, I love you. Thank you. You too.
extremely uncommon for a company to actually put their own ass on the line to help a creator and protect a creator they believe is in the right. Because there is a chance Patreon does get sued here. They are going against the orders that have been submitted to them for this takedown. So they could be on the hook, which I find extremely admirable for them to be willing to fight with Ben to protect.
Speaking of Patreon, I have a Patreon that you're welcome to join. It's called Rugged Tuft. Patreon, .com/Rugged Tuft.
Of which bricks and minifigs plus the police department have provided none. Actually, zero evidence of their own, by the way. So I think this deserves a big round of applause here from Patreon to just say, fuck you, we're going to keep it up. Yes, you submitted all this paperwork. Congratulations. It's going in the trash. And if you want to proceed further, you can sue us. That's kind of them big dogging them because Patreon does dwarf bricks and minifigs. So Bricks and Minifigs loves to talk about how they will drain their opponents of resources through long, drawn out legal battles because they have enough money to just burn on it. So then it'll end up costing the normal civilian more than they would have ever stood to gain. Well, they can't really do that against Patreon because Patreon will actually just slap them silly. They have much more money than Bricks and Minifigs. So they probably tugging at their collar like, eek, we can't make that threat against them. That won't work. That'll fall.
Oh, see, it's
So
not. It's
I
still
really do think this
at
was
subliminal
not only
locks.
very surprising from Patreon, but
Why is that?
very impressive. Like I have to give it a round of applause. Big hats off to them for sticking beside one of their creators in the face of a corporate bullying and silencing attempt. So yeah, I just wanted to give you this little update. That's really about it.
How do I change that?
A man sits down in front of a camera. He runs one of the largest membership platforms on the internet, the place where a great many creators, this channel included, get paid to do their work. He has on the screen multiple legal documents, a verified complaint, a court's restraining order, a formal demand that he delete a creator's account and the videos behind it. He shows the documents, names the names, and then tells the company that filed them politely and on camera that they can stuff it. He's keeping Ben's page up, and if they don't like it, they can sue.
I don't understand. Like,
well, that is a
how?
colorful way to answer a court order. It's also a calculated one, because the thing that Chief Executive Jack Conte of Patreon understands and is betting that his audience will understand by the time he's done is that the order he's holding doesn't run against him. He isn't a party to the lawsuit.
How do I change
The
this?
company can waive a court's order at you all it likes, but an order from a case you're not
Ah,
in
found
is
it.
not the same as an order against you. He read that demand, recognized he was being asked to obey a command pointed at somebody else, and declined in the most public way available to him. Colorful and correct, and, I think, deliberate on both counts. But to see why he's right, you have to start with the order itself, the one a judge in
Okay,
Provo,
it should be right
signed
now.
on the morning of June
Let's
2nd.
see.
7 pages. The court's
Yes.
seal at the top of the first
Patreon
line.
/ Rugged Tuft.
Amplified
Thank goodness.
10:15 in the morning.
There's a free
The
option.
order does a lot of things. Near the end, in a
If I get more
paragraph
than like, you know, 2 people on my Patreon,
tells
I
one
will
thing in
actually
particular.
start going
It
live and
presents
posting
a
there and
set
stuff,
of
but
videos that
it's
between
kind of
them
like
have been watched millions of times,
boring
be taken down,
as of now.
removed from every platform that carries them. It is the kind of order a company asks for when it wants something to stop existing. And here's what happened since it was signed. Nothing. The videos are still up. New ones have gone up since. One platform has already said no out loud with the paperwork in its hand. I spend my working life in a quieter corner of the law, copyright litigation over file sharing mostly. This particular corner, the one this order sits in, is the one I find myself drawn back to over and over because an order telling people to erase what they've published in the United States is very close to the most disfavored thing a court can do. One thing, once, so I don't have to keep saying it, nothing in this case has been decided yet. A complaint is just one side talking. The order I'm about to walk you through was signed without the other side in the room, and I'll say alleged where it matters most and trust you to carry it everywhere else. The case is BAM Franchising and Others versus Benjamin Schneider and
You
others
have
in
the word
Utah
bot
Federal
in your
District
name.
Court. The order is a temporary restraining order, a TRO, and I pulled the signed sealed copy from the court's own records. Most of the order is the
Some of you
ordinary kind
guys
of
are
thing.
interested.
Tells the defendants to stop
Nope,
making
don't have a
death threats
boyfriend.
and bomb threats,
Don't want a
to
boyfriend.
stop publishing people's home addresses, to stop doxing, to stay 1,000 yards back from the stores and the homes, to quit impersonating delivery drivers and police officers and court officials, to stop placing signs that say the company stole an old man's life savings.
Miss
Read that
Frazzled,
far and it's
actually.
remarkable. Courts restrain conduct like that all the time. Threats and trespass and impersonation are not speech the First Amendment spends any worry on.
I think we might have enough battery.
Paragraphs and they are a different animal. The second to last one restrains the defendants from creating or posting going forward any content about the company
I need
that
to.
the order calls false, misleading,
I need to
harassing,
send a
or
picture to
defamatory.
myself.
That
Just-
existing videos, the order calls them the publications, be immediately removed and taken down from any online streaming platform. Focus on the difference between those two halves of the order because this whole video lives in that gap. One half restrains conduct, don't threaten, don't trespass, don't impersonate. The other half restrains speech, take down what you've already published, and
Where
publish
is it?
nothing further we don't like. The first half is routine.
What the hell?
The second half is a
There it
thing courts are supposed to be afraid of. There's a name for a court order that stops speech before a trial has decided the speech is even unlawful. It's called prior restraint.
Look
And
at the
in
portrait
American law,
I do of
carries
dog.
a presumption against it that is close to fatal. The principle is almost a century old. A court does not get to stop the presses. If someone publishes something false about you, the remedy the law gives you is not an order erasing it. It's a lawsuit for defamation brought after the words are out, where the person who said them gets to stand up and defend them. You win money if you prove they lied. What you do not get as a rule is a court order reaching in beforehand and pulling the words down before anyone has proven anything. There's an old equity maxim for it, blunt as a hammer. Equity will not enjoin a libel. Courts have refused to block the publication of stolen government secrets on national security claims far heavier than a Lego retailer says these videos defame. The reasons are not sentimental, they're structural. A damages suit after the fact tests the speech. Both sides put on evidence, a jury decides what was true. An order to take it down before the fact tests nothing.
So
It just makes the
that
speech
test has
disappear
been
on
sent
the strength
out.
of one
Oh, let me
side
show you the
say-so
picture of the dog.
before anyone has examined whether the say-so was
What the
right.
dog looks like. The
And look
picture
at how
I
this
copied.
particular order was granted. It
This
was
is the
granted
picture that I
ex
drew over
parte. That's
of the
the Latin
dog.
phrase that means one side only.
Ooh, you know what they can make? They'll show the animation of me drawing it, I bet you.
The court signed an order erasing his
Animation.
on the strength of the company's verified complaint
Animate
and the company's motion with no one there to say a word against it.
PMG.
On that one-sided
It's gonna
record,
go really
the order
fast,
makes
though,
a
if I do
finding
that.
the company is, its words, substantially likely to prevail. Substantially likely, decided after hearing from
Let's
one
do
of the
an
two parties.
MP4.
There's a tell at the very end in the paragraph about money. Normally, when you get an order this powerful, this fast, you have to post a bond, a pile of money set aside in case it turns out the order was wrong and you silenced someone you had no right to silence. The court waived it, and the stated reason for waiving it is that the defendants will suffer, in the order's phrase, no legitimate harm from being restrained.
What the
A
heck?
man's channel ordered dark before any trial by an
Why
order
aren't you
he
showing
never
my
got to
animation?
contest, entered as no legitimate harm at all. So here is my read, with the lawyer's hat on as straight as I can wear it. The conduct half of this order, the threats, the doxing, the 1,000 yards, is
Time
very
lapse
likely to
replay.
survive.
Ah, here we go. Time lapse replay.
The order to take the video
This is me
down,
drawing it.
the order not to post anything further,
Trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing.
shaky constitutional ground.
Took me a
I
while
would
to
be
get in the
surprised
groove.
to see those two paragraphs survive in that form once the other side actually gets to brief them. That's my prediction. It's not a fact, but it's not a close call dressed up as well. Set the constitutional question aside for a moment and ask a more practical one. The order says take the videos down. Who exactly is supposed to actually take them down? Not the company that wants them gone. They don't have the button. The only people who can actually make a YouTube video or a Patreon page disappear are the defendant who posted it and the platforms who host it. And that turns out to matter enormously because a court order does not bind the entire world. It binds a specific list of people. The rule, it's the same in Utah as in the
And
federal
her ears.
is that an order like this reaches the parties to
And once I
replace
do her ears, I'm done.
and employees and agents and other people who are in active concert with them and who receive actual notice of the
Boom.
order. That's the whole list. Parties and their people. And anyone working hand in glove with them who's been
Pretty
told the
cool.
order exists. Read that list against the platforms. Is YouTube a party to the lawsuit?
Export
No.
time lapse
Is
video.
Patreon?
Full
No.
length.
Is a company that merely
I'm gonna
used
send it to
video
the mama.
that someone else uploaded acting in active concert with the person who uploaded it? Generally, no. Hosting is not conspiring. Platforms also carry their own separate legal armor for content other people put on them, which is a whole other video. The short version is that an order in a case a platform isn't part of does not by itself command that platform to do anything. Which means the order's reach and the order's power are two different things.
I'm a little
On
bit
paper,
limited
it
to what
commands
kind
a
of text
takedown.
I have
In practice,
access
it can
to.
only command the
The
people
font,
actually
rather.
bound by it, and the entities with the physical ability to carry it out may not be on that list at all. There's a second practical problem, and this one I can show you straight from the court's docket. A restraining order does not bind a person the moment a judge signs it. It binds a person.
Here's a time lapse of the drawing process. I like to send them a drawing process time lapse so they know that I am not like using AI, you know? Even though I'm filming it the entire time that I'm drawing it, you guys are with me, but still. Is that, yes, that's how I design my pet portraits specifically. This isn't how I do all the rugs. All the rugs don't necessarily need it. Like, you know, Lightning McQueen, I did do it for Lightning McQueen too, but it's not really necessary because you can project the image directly onto the canvas. But I was, you know, I'm new, so I'm like forcing myself to practice this stuff because I'm only learning how, you know. Yeah, Stacy does kind of know what's going on. She's followed me from like all different kinds of platforms and stuff too. But either way, Stacy, you know better. Don't argue with these people. There's no need to argue, guys. No point. But also, you know, don't be rude to me either.
And when that person has actual notice of it.
Okay, what do I need to do
formal
next? I
way
need to
your
look at my Google
person
Sheets,
notices that
and I
you
need to
serve
figure
them.
out who I am
You
supposed
put
to
the
draw
papers in
next.
their hands, or you follow the rules for reaching someone you can't hand them to. The reason is old and fair. You cannot be punished for disobeying a command you were never told you were under. So I went looking on the court's own docket for the document that would show Ben was served with this order. A return of service, a proof of service.
Aww.
That says the papers.
Today's my
reached him
cat
on this
Selkie's
date.
birthday.
It
I just
isn't
got a
there.
text from the vet. She's
What's on
dead.
the docket is a string of entries called returns electronic notification. Those are not service on Ben. Those are the court's filing system confirming that the registered participants in the case, which at this stage means the company's own lawyers, got electronic copies of the filings. The thing that would show the order actually reached the man it names is, as of the docket I read, absent.
I need to do
I'm going to be
Chalias.
careful about what that does and doesn't mean. No record of service is not the same as proof that he was not served. The papers may have reached him, and the return may.
Oh, did I show you the ones I drew for Elliot?
But the careful statement
for Elliot's birthday
supports is this: there is a signed order commanding a.
I should get those on the. I'm not gonna be able to see though. That's the problem. Is getting. I have to still finish this too. I have to do something different to it. She wants me to add some text, but let me show you what I made for my son for his birthday. It's a bowling pin with his name on it, and then I made his favorite in the whole wide world. This is the other one that the other dog project I've been working on. Oh, let me remove the background layer. So it's obviously not done, but I'm not really a fan of the coloring. The more I look at it, the more I like it though. When I was doing it, it looked too orange, but now that looking at it, it doesn't look quite as orange. It does look like orange when it's underneath the photo, so that's just the issue. What a cute, handsome man. He fell and hurt himself, and he's got a neck injury. And it's crazy because I'm already in the middle of doing the portrait, and the owner messaged me today and was like, he's down bad. Like he might die. And like that's just like sad. But yeah, I think I'm accidentally falling into doing pet portraits. Fox News in Washington is covering this case now. What is it? Ben Schneider versus Bricks and Minifigs.
Welcome back to Clearly Established. I'm Texas Civil Rights Attorney.
Thanks for the membership.
And if you're familiar with the case at all, you'll know that there are 2 documents.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the chicken
officers, American Fork Police.
Thanks, Papa.
Raided Ben's
Damn, you got my
Airbnb
back so hard.
he was
Thanks.
staying. They were written by different officers. Hours
Oh my God,
for
dude,
2
Stacy,
different
literally. He's okay. So listen, this is the plan, right? Nikki is coming to stay the night. Nikki needs a nap, you know, Nikki. She's gonna come spend the night on the 15th, move-in day. Okay, she's gonna help me move things in or whatever, you know. Not like she's not gonna fully help me move. You know, I haven't asked her to do that. I just want her to come and, like, you know, help me put together the bed, and you know, it's gonna be nice to have another hand with me. So anyway, I figured it's Elliot's birthday the next day. So June 15th is move-in day. June 16th is Elliot's birthday. So we'll have a sleepover. My mattress here and Elliot's new mattress that I just bought him yesterday. We're going to put the mattresses in the living room. We're going to all sleep together in the living room in front of the electric fireplace. And then the next morning, the kids are going to, yeah, I'll have a cake and I'll have some, like, you know, corn dogs or some shit, you know, whatever, kid food. Um, Corn dogs and what are they called? The peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I'm gonna have Josh make a bunch of them because he has this sandwich press that makes them into those pocket things. So anyway, um, dude, I cannot drink enough water to stop my fucking mouth from being dry. It's annoying me. Anyway, so the kids are gonna go outside and play with all the neighborhood kids, and Nikki and I are gonna put the bed together, and then when it's time for cake, when it's time to come home for cake, we're gonna surprise him with the bed. Yeah, pretty excited about this. Tell you what, I need to text Nikki actually, and I need to tell her, hey, when that shit comes, make sure your kids know not to tell Elliot, basically, about the bed. Make sure if your kids know about the bed, they don't tell them. And also, can you please block any place on the boxes that say or show what it is? So when we move it to my house, he isn't let on. Okay, I have to pee. So I will be back. Uncrustables, that's the thing. I look unhappy. That's weird. I'm the happiest I've ever been. This is a bus. It's a large 40-foot bus. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. after Elliot's. I forgot to get another water. Adam is listening to that. I. The like song from the like TikTok or YouTube short or whatever. He's listening to the whole thing. Boop boop be doo. Okay. Do I want to start that project? Which one do I want to start? I want to start the ones where I'm going to be paid. That's the one I want to start. So let me see if I can do Looky Dookie. Oh, yeah. Wait, I have to add her name. And I have to add. Okay. You lift the pencil up and then it fucking changes what you did. The act of lifting it up. All right. So why did I do that? I'm trying to swipe up. So where is the text that she wants me to add? Can you guys see my screen? Anyone could get a van. They're easy to find. You just have to want one and know that your van is literally just waiting for you. And like the weirdest shit will happen to make that van come to you. Just believe. All right, what does she want? Never forget. Let's add some text. Let's just write the words first. Oh, Heather Jane. I've been out there, there, there. I've been down, down, man. And it feels so good. When my heart break a bone, because she can. Don't forget to deny. I don't know. I'm such for my soul. What can do? Cause I'm getting to the truth. But I really don't know what to do. Where is the easy thing? Where I'm feeling fly for a Christmas tree. And I'm need to be in to the way again. There's all love. Oh, I can change the color like that. Derp, derp, derp. Okay. And then I wonder if I could just make it outline it with another color. Let me ask her what. Oh, stop doing that. I'm trying to swipe up, for God's sakes. What color do you want the lettering to be? And what color do you want the background to be? I need you to make these decisions, or at least give me a ballpark, because I will spin out and not know what to do. You gotta be honest. I never forget my dog. I had a van come to me. It literally happened to me, so I know it can happen. I just had a house come to me. I I'm having money come to me now, and I just worked hard where I was and accepted where I was in life and was like, okay, I want that, so I'm going to start just working towards that, whatever I have to do, and I'm just going to, move forward in some capacity. And eventually you will find yourself having these random side characters show up out of nowhere, and like someone will just be like, "Hey, man, do you know anybody who could like help me get rid of this van? Like I don't know what to do with it. It's just sitting in my yard." Shit happens like that, dude. It's not even a joke. It's fucking flies, dude. It was hot for like 2 days and it rained. It's like they all just like woke up and now they're everywhere. It's literally out of nowhere. They're everywhere. I hate flies. Yeah, you just have to. So, but when you don't get that as your first van, you have to still keep the goal. Get what you get, and you are happy with what you're given, and you move forward, continuing to move forward. So you start whatever you're given. Even if it's not what you exactly want, you have to move towards that goal. But you start wherever you can. Once you get in a van, you'll be amazed at how things just come to you. When you are able to just be like, if someone says something random and they're in another state or like in another town over, and they're like, oh, there's this opportunity over here. You either need to drop what you're doing and go, or you can't because you're tied down because of all these reasons, right? So if you are in a van, you have the ability to just go. And when you just go, it literally, when you're able to go out into the world and literally just go where the opportunities are, you will literally be amazed at the shit that like comes to you when you need it. And it's wild. It is a magical experience living in a van. And just when things happen, you just drop what you're doing and you just go. I just got tagged on TikTok for some reason. You need me, call me.
When I first started this account a few years ago, I was initially just being silly and making all kinds of art. And I made all kinds of friends, and I never thought this account would really do anything or go anywhere. It's been amazing to watch it grow, and the people that have grown with me, especially the other artists. And one of those artists is this one right here. She's absolutely amazing. She's very eclectic and has done all kinds of things. But one of the things she recently took up is rug making, which is impressive because she literally lives in a converted school bus. I know, which is the most like artistic thing you've ever heard, but she managed to do it. And we've been mutuals for a long time. We've never met in person, but we have just supported each other's content and posts for a long time. I'm a bookbinder and an artist, and she said that she's gonna make me something, and I got it. I have to show you guys. Isn't this the most amazing? This is a rug of a book that I drew because I love book binding so much that I also draw pictures of books. Literally took that drawing and made this is like her second ever rug she's ever made. She is taking commissions, and please go check her out. It means so much to me because I am in the middle of a move, and my creative ability right now has been really unable to produce or flourish because my life is in a box. And so getting stuff like this reminds me so much of why I do what I do. I honestly do it for the people who love art and love to create, whether they do it or they just love it. That's how we get through this. That's how we survive. And she is one of those people that I've appreciated so much. And this is one of my most prized possessions. Thank you. This is amazing.
Oh
and
my
God.
God.
Guys, keep going. Because there's people out there that you don't even realize it, but they're your cheerleaders and they want to see you do great things. And I'm one of those people.
Oh, that's so sweet. I wrote, I'm not crying, and then an exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. But because I'm crying, I couldn't see, and I earnestly made it exclamation point 11111. That was the fucking nicest. I didn't realize. And like I was telling you guys earlier, the reason why I made the rugs for the people that I made them for, because they're people that when I first got on TikTok that I really liked and that were small creators, like, small accounts too, and they were artists or whomever. And I've watched them grow. We've kind of grown alongside of each other, and we were, just silently, we've always, anytime she makes anything, I'm, if I see her video, I stop and I say, wow, that's amazing. And I'm, try to support, because I can't buy anything. I've been poor, so I can't support my friends the way I really want to, which is buy their shit. The people that I like on the internet, who I like follow and appreciate the art they make, I would love to support them in the ways that would actually like be the most supportive, which is buy their stuff. But I've been unable to do that, so I just do whatever I can. I comment, I like, I always do the whole thing. Like, I like it, I save it, I go to the share button and I hit copy so that it will count as a share, and then I comment something. I just do all the things because me doing that is helping their video to get seen by more people, and I want my friends I want people to buy their art. So anyways, you should go follow her account on TikTok. It's Bookbinding Artist. She's really good. She literally takes like books from the garbage and thrift stores that are just like broken and destroyed, and she turns them into these like really cool journal, like notebook things. And sometimes she just like rebinds books together. So she does bookbinding. She also does these things. I don't want to get it wrong, so I'm gonna find out what it's called really quickly. She does these like little cards. They're called ACEOs. I don't know, maybe one of you guys knows what that is. but they're like literal tiny drawings. I'll have her tell you.
I spent my time and money making 45 ACEOs or mini paintings so that you don't have to. I'm going to tell you if it's worth it or not to invest into these. But I don't want to.
So yeah, it's like a mini painting, and then they're like kind of like your own personal trading cards that you actually have created, and so people can buy them. They buy them. People buy these like crazy on Amazon apparently. So if you're an artist and you draw, you should do that. Oh, where's Golden Dog Mom? Damn, I wonder if she's in here. Anyways, if you draw, background white, lettering in pink. Okay. So if you draw, you should totally do those ACEOs. ACEOs. I'm not sure what it means. You're gonna have to look that up. Okay, what did she say? Background in white, lettering in pink. Yep. Okay. What colors do I have? Ooh, wait. Okay, hold on. I have like 6 different kinds of pink. What kind of pink? Hello, nurse. I have like 6 different types of pink. What kind of pink do you want? I have like hot pink. I have like flower petal pink and the main staples in between. She wants it to be like a lighter pink. So we're gonna have to do like a pink, but let me just get some pink. Every goddamn time. Let me get something pink. Pink flower. Looks good. Can I have the image now, please? Thank you. So I'm just gonna real quick make a pink palette. New from photos. Pink flower. Oh, 3 colors. That's great. All right, well, that one works. Some Bromo Sapien. Stop. Go away. My cat's bowl is right there. All right, that was my kid and my husband. They're crazy expensive. Yeah, they're almost worse than a mattress. And the cool thing about these rugs is that there's no limit. I can turn any, like, if you see a rug you like and you don't want to pay $500 for it, you could just send me the fucking overhead photo of it and I could turn that into a rug for you for much less money. Heather, come on. When I am at the place where I am making like professional quality rugs, and by that I mean my finish work, the back of the rugs is just as clean and nice as the front, you know what I mean? Like I want to master that before I start charging, whatever, but having a custom portrait of your pet turned into a rug, I could easily charge $1,000 for a 3x3. Well, maybe like 500 for a 3x3, but for like a large, like a 6-foot rug, $1,000. Like it's crazy. But I'm trying to make rugs accessible, not join the people who are charging that much. I want you to be able to have a custom pet portrait of your animal, even though you can't afford to pay that kind of shit. It's kind of my mentality. I hate that everything is so fucking exclusive. You can only have nice things if you're fucking making $200,000 a year. I need one of those artist's gloves so bad. My hand is like, and I need it to move smoothly across the screen. it doesn't have to look perfect now because it's going to be tufted, and so it's going to look different no matter what once the tufting happens. So it's all right if I have these little edges like that that overlap, because when I do it, I'm going to, you know, fix it. Heather. I'm moving in literally 2 weeks. Funny story. I finally got a house. See, I told you guys I wasn't making it up, that I've been trying for a long time. On my mama. You don't happen to be a fan of Officer Tatum, do you? Bitch. Slow down, or your trailer's gonna come apart. People always go over that fucking bump too fast. And, I mean, you can always tell who's speeding because it makes that sound. Nobody has respect for this fucking road like they should. People die all the time on this road. Did you guys see that movie with Ryan Gosling, Project Hail Mary? Can you believe that they expect us to believe that Ryan Gosling can play like an everyman kind of character now that he's had his face inflated with fucking filler and Botox? Did you guys see his face? It's almost like he kind of looks like that lady who tried to turn herself into a lion. Like she has like a super rich husband or whatever. Can't remember her name. You better not have a mouse. Okay. What are you Why are you coughing? Are you fucking serious, dude? You're gonna make me take you to the vet. How's this? The positioning is not quite done, but the coloring in general. I am drawing this. It says never forget Rain. The dog's name is Rain. Yeah, a dog named Rain. Reigan. Hey, Adam! Adam! Can I use the microwave? Be right back, guys. My last flight. Mommy, you're gonna kill me. What? One of those vehicles? Yeah, people come and smoke it the most. I mean, I can give you my credit card if you want to run and go get like a gallon of water and gallon of milk for yourself. I need water. I need those liters of Evian. So if you find out when they're coming and you can go or whatever, let me know.
There's a problem. So most of those vehicles were stuffed full of shit,
Yeah.
and I basically ran out of room anywhere other than to shove it all into my truck for now.
Oh God.
So until I rearrange that thing, so I go.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I go.
Did you get this thing to cover your bus with?
Yeah. We found it at Goodwill. Yeah, it's probably not gonna fit all of it.
What did they charge you for it?
It was like $20.
It doesn't fit the whole bus?
No.
I bet you it would fit mine.
It might. But I gotta cover up, if I'm gonna leave, I gotta cover up the roof because it's gonna leak. So I'm nervous about that.
It'd only be usable to me if freaking it's sealed up and damn mice and rats can't get in.
Yeah.
So like that would be the first thing I would do, seal this sucker up.
Once it's empty, things will be easier to do anyway. Once my stuff's not here.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna tear a bunch of shit apart that I know is gonna have nasty stuff behind it.
Yeah, if you get it in gumption to look at that thing, you can unravel it. I think it's like 28 feet.
Well, the biggest reason I want to do that is because Thomas has that projector, which is really fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And we just put it on the side of the bus as is.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that paint sitting there, and I was like, wait a minute. We can cover my bus with that thing and put the projector on it.
Yeah.
I still want to get a bigger projector and a freaking big, well, I have a big painting drop cloth canvas. It's fucking huge. Put it on the hillside, freaking string it up somehow, and freaking.
Yeah, that'd be cool. All you need is a sheet. Actually, that's all you need now. If you just string up a sheet on the side of your bus.
Yeah, that's what we did on the night of my birthday.
Mm.
You missed the food that Thomas made. Oh my god.
I'm a hermit. I don't like hanging out with nobody.
I was a little disappointed that nobody showed up. And then the food got done, and I was like, you know, I'm not so disappointed right now. Fucking listen.
By the way, these are called fucking potato nachos, and they're very good. I left them on my counter all night last night. I heated them up real good, so hopefully I don't get sick. Adam! Nom, 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 nom. I don't have anything sweet. Okay, I found these good. My gallbladder feels like she's about to be mad. You guys, oh my god. My house isn't not going to be covered in fiber anymore. How cool is that? Because I have a house now, and I'm not going to be making rugs directly next to my bed. Money, get off the computer. I know you're doing it on purpose. Get off the laptop. I thought throw up. So
the first was the affidavit for a search warrant, not arrest warrant, search warrant that the judges presumed to have read and then signed off on to authorize the cops to go.
My stomach's very mad.
The other was written by a different officer to justify the charges and the arrest of Ben.
Fine.
And that was an affidavit of probable cause. So I'm going to show you each because the document the judge saw is missing the one fact that would have blown this whole warrant apart. Let's go ahead and start with a body-worn camera of the raid.
It's Orly, Money. It's Orly.
What if I can't let go? One leg goes at home, cause I wanna move out. I don't wanna move on. Can we keep it? Owner of the Airbnb, okay? But you saw we didn't come out with anything else. We're not planning on going back in. You guys are gonna go to the PD. We're gonna figure out what we're doing, and then some of you may end up going to jail. Some of you may end up getting released. We'll see what happens. So detectives want to interview him because he's primary for our case. But Orem said they're looking for a bunch of these guys. He's looking for a bunch, and Sandy's looking for a bunch. So they're looking at.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't been here, oh my god, I got a house. I move in June 15th. Got a house. Move in June 15th. And what was I gonna say? 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a garage, a separate laundry room. Like, the laundry room is not the garage, is what I mean. I will have a workshop. Yep. Pretty excited. I also got Elliot for his birthday. Because, you know, he hasn't had a bedroom. He has one of his dad's, but it's like messy all the time. It's not, his dad can't hang anything on the wall. Up until recently, Elliot didn't even have hardly any furniture. So the room, Elliot likes sleeping in the bed with his dad. And so the room was mostly just for decoration. But when Elliot turned 10, he really wanted his own room. And so I put furniture in there. We cleaned the whole thing out, got rid of all the toys that he doesn't need anymore. And then I bought him a dresser and a shelf for all of his like collector items and things he wants to display. But then he started like really collecting like hard, his hobbies and stuff. So now his room is just like a fucking mess, and it's like 6 old-fashioned cases of Coca-Cola bottles. So there's like 40, I think, or 20. There's like a lot. It's like a whole like thing full of bottles. And there's so many on it. I don't know how many. He has like 6 of those, and they're just stacked on his dresser. Some of them are full of Coke, never been opened. Some of them aren't. That's just some of the stuff. So, because his dad can't put things on the wall, and he can't really do much else over there. Elliot can't do, he can't display his stuff. His computer is in the living room, or in the kitchen. I'm coming! He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy treats. Come on to your bed. Orly's bed. Good job. He's a good boy. He's a good boy fishing. So, anywho, for his birthday, I got for my son one of those. It's like brand new. I got it off of Amazon, but it's like a loft bed. It's like a bunk bed. It's just the top bunk. The bottom part is a desk, and it has like all these LEDs and stuff. Oh shit, I should just text Josh. He needs to get Elliot a chair. Hold on a second. FaceTime audio, Grandpa Josh. Almost forgot. Put me in your ear. Josh, put me in your ear, dude. Am I in your ear?
Okay. My husband and I were arguing over this bicycle. I wanted him to get me this. He was looking at a bicycle for me earlier today at the thrift place, and it was like a beach cruiser. It was exactly what I wanted, but it was like this purple color and it had stickers all over it. And I was like, yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I'll take all the stickers off and I can paint it. We have metal paint. It's just spray paint. We'll just take this. You can take the bike apart. Like, it takes 2 seconds to take the chain off, and you can tape off the pedals and the gear area. Or it's a cruiser, so it just has one gear. But we could paint it. That wouldn't take that long, so I don't care about that. Sure, we'll paint it, because there was another teal one that I liked behind it, and then so I was like, what about that teal one back there? And so he's like, oh, it's a mountain bike. And I was like, yeah, whatever. We'll just paint the cruiser. Anyway, he didn't end up getting the bike because he said that the fender or like something was bent. It had a bent something and it wasn't in like perfect condition. So he didn't do it. And he said he's looking at some other bikes too. He has on his radar. So I'm going to get a bike. I'm glad I didn't send him the money. I'll send him money. It's like bug o'clock. All right, so I have things I need to draw, and I can't remember what they are. I don't really have written everything down, so that's good. Is that who that is? He's listening to, like, Spanish or Brazilian. My mom died when I was 14. Techno. He's so funny. His music taste, it's funny. How, like, he'll pull out some shit you haven't even ever heard of. Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Okay, my brain is farting. I think it's on Instagram, Heather. Hey, send me the rug stuff here! Exclamation point. I have a message request. Gosh, it's another person. I feel so guilty. It's another person who thinks I'm Pippi Longstocking. And I just like really want to be a sarcastic jerk, but I can't because it's like, come on. You can't do that to people. Not if they're. You literally made me cry! Exclamation point. Thank you so much. That was incredibly sweet, and I feel very seen. It's so sweet. When I first started this account. And then wood and soil. She mentioned me in a post too. Somebody. Whoa, glitcherooski. Calm down. I want to post it to my story. Did I already add it to my story? I did. Okay. Dude, that was really, really, really nice. When I first started this.
When I first started.
Doop. Doop, doop, doop. So you're gonna start talking soon, right?
Let's give a round of applause for these 7 heroes here. These 7 heroes, that's like half the department. This specific police department only has 22 people in its patrol division, according to their website. In my experience, when you have a small force like that, you typically break it up into 3 different 8-hour shifts. So you would split it up. So presumably these 7 officers are from one shift, maybe multiple, who knows, but it was a lot of people. And with the small department, they all know what's going on. They're all talking. So when one officer does something like verify Ben's story, they all know it. They all know it.
You know, if they've already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of?
They lied and said it went to court already in their press release.
There is no hearing date set. There hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. A hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by the defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the
After I eat my cookie, I'm gonna draw more.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
For your help.
It says
What I do here is legal breakdowns, especially when it comes to constitutional violations and holding government officials accountable. Because it's not that easy.
That's my message dresser.
Court-made doctrine called qualified immunity. That's the hurdle that you have to go over anytime a cop or any government official violates your rights.
I'm about to have such a big house that it's not even gonna be able to be messy.
Go through it. I just want you to understand what that test is, and I'll make it really quick and really simple. When you sue an officer for violating your constitutional rights, the officer will immediately raise qualified immunity. They're going to say, I'm immune from suit. You're not allowed to do discovery. You're not allowed to do anything. And to get past it, you have to win on 2 separate questions. The first is, did the officer violate a constitutional right? It's not enough that they violated a right. You have to then go to question 2. Was that right clearly established? Meaning, was there already a court decision putting a reasonable officer on notice that this specific conduct was illegal? And we'll get into the specific conduct here that I have concerns with. Prong 1, which asks whether they were wrong. Prong 2 asks whether they get away with it anyway. Those are 2 entirely different questions, and they don't always have the same answer. And courts usually get to just jump to question 2. Was it clearly established? They don't even care about question 1 if you can't get past question 2. Does that make sense? An officer can violate your rights, actually violate them, and still wrong, because no earlier case was close enough to the facts. At least where the court actually answered question 1, was there a violation? So what we see, I'm going to show you in the documents, that's going to be the challenge that Ben's going to have to overcome.
Elliot does have a bike, I think. Yeah, he has a bike. Josh, Josh has an electric bike. Elliot has a regular bike, and Elliot has an electric scooter.
And again, it's important to note,
I'm getting a bike because I don't have a bike,
look at the booking information,
and I want to be able to ride my bikes with my kid. You know,
shows that Ben was arrested without a warrant, so they have to do it based on probable cause. And what happens is an officer will fill out an affidavit, write out facts that he believes are relevant, and then present it to a judge, and then the judge signs the warrant. And then this piece of document basically allows officers to go into your home. And officers, even if they know the story, are going to say, well, a judge signed off on it, so as long as I followed the warrant to a T, I'm protected because a judge signed it. I didn't make this decision by myself to go into the house. The judge said I could go into the house. And that is something that officers use all the time when you try to challenge, hey, who unlawfully went into my home? They're going to say, well, I had a warrant. I didn't make that decision independently. There was a break in the chain the moment the judge signed this document. So let's see what was actually presented to the judge. So in order to do that, you want to look for the document anywhere you go the affidavit for the warrant, whether arrest warrant or search warrant. As we see here, it is a search warrant. And the officer who's presenting the information is Cole G. Richardson. So the first thing he's going to do is describe the area to be searched, and it's the Airbnb that Ben and others were staying at. The entrance to the home is a basement rental separated from the main floor. This warrant will only be served on the basement part of the residence. And then he also identifies a black Chevy Malibu as well, and what he wants to look for evidence for. So he's saying there is now certain property or evidence described as any stolen merchandise, specifically Lego merchandise. And that merchandise was unlawfully acquired or unlawfully possessed, has been used or is possessed for the purposes of being used to commit or conceal the commission of an offense, or is evidence of illegal conduct. Now, you can't just say, this is the evidence we're looking for. You have to then establish why you think evidence is linked to this specific residence. And so how does Richardson do that? Well, he says, well, the evidence is related to stalking. Make that make sense. So Officer Richardson starts out with saying, this is why I'm knowledgeable, look at all the different departments I worked in. I've been trained in narcotic detection. I have numerous experiences in assisting in the apprehension of violent suspects related to aggravated assault, domestic violence, or other offenses. Like, what does this have to do with anything? It almost sounds like he's trying to set up a narrative that the stalking is somehow warranted or justified because he's familiar with all these dangerous offenses, and Ben meets that category. That's the impression he's trying to leave. On March 3rd, 2026, he was dispatched to a harassment detail at a local residence. Upon arrival, I recognized this address as a repeat address that has resulted in the arrest of Benjamin Snyder. So he even has the date wrong. Benjamin was arrested days prior for stalking the victim in the case. Also wrong. So for this incident, I found 4 individuals outside of the residence who were hanging a sign that depicted the victim's face with the words next to it that stated, "I stole a dying man's life savings." Probably one of the most popular images as we speak today, right? Thanks to, this good old officer here. The reporting party reported that they had arrived in a black Chevy Malibu yielding a Utah license plate. He made contact with one of the individuals to ask what was going on. One of the males told me he was supporting a website called GoFundMe and elected to show me his phone. So he's making this sound voluntary. Look, they told me everything I wanted to do. And I will say, it's not against the law to set up a GoFundMe. It's not against the law to hold signs or to let people know what your views are. We live in a free country. This is absurd. While looking at the phone, I noticed he was FaceTiming a person whose contact info said Ben. That's why you don't give cops your phone voluntarily. They're allowed to take it if they're going to, quote, preserve evidence, if they want to go get a warrant, or if they have a warrant. If they don't have a warrant yet, they can't search it. But, as long as they're, quote, investigating, the law gives them broad latitude. But all of those arguments go out the window when you voluntarily give them your phone or you voluntarily answer questions. I asked the male if he was speaking with Ben. He confirmed Ben who was on the phone. Again, shouldn't be answering questions, shouldn't be giving him the phone. But due to the previous case regarding Ben, I knew he had been arrested for stalking, and it appeared he was having the 4 individuals go to the victim's residence on his behalf to continue the harassment. Now he's making it sound like these individuals actually went to the residence. Not on public property, not on an easement, but we're at the residence. You see how he's already twisting the story and the narrative here? I advised the male of his Miranda rights and informed him I intend to seize his phone for evidentiary purposes. The male was transported to the police department. Later, a third-party individual, so we don't even know who this is, shared information about they have a bunch of YouTubers renting out their Airbnb. This fits the nature of Benjamin's group. An unmarked police unit went to the address to scope out the area, and they observed the Malibu parked in the driveway. It is known.
It is known. It is known. It is known. It is known.
How is it known? That Ben is arranging various amounts of individuals to go to the victim's residence and enter his property, as well as hanging defaming signs. There's 2 issues here. The first is, how do you know he's arranging to have individuals enter the property of the quote victim? And secondly, who are you to decide whether that sign is defamatory or not? How do you know if it's true? How do you know if it's false? That's not a police officer's job to weigh the contents of a message. Officers contacted the homeowner of the Airbnb to inquire about video footage. The homeowner was cooperative and provided video footage that displayed Ben walking into the basement at exactly 3:58, so 3:58 p.m. on this day. The homeowner also disclosed he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possible stolen Lego toys they had taken. So we need to find out who this Airbnb owner is and find out if that's the version that they told the cops. Or is this officer just completely making it up, or are they expanding the narrative? But again, what does this have to do with stalking? Well, nothing. But it has everything to do with allowing these officers to go raid the property. So as a result of this statement, about multiple individuals speaking about possible Lego store toys, the officer would like to search for said items. That's the whole thing. So in this narrative, they want to look for the Legos because the Airbnb person said it was there and it's related to stalking. Can't make this stuff up. So based on this information, I'm requesting a search warrant at the address and in order to effect the arrest of Ben. So you see what they did? He put at the very last sentence, he wants to use a quote search warrant to arrest Ben. That's not what a search warrant is for. Utah law has a whole provision that separates the purpose of a search warrant and the purpose of an arrest warrant. They can do all with white. But it has nothing to do with the civil rights aspect. But on the criminal side, could that be attacked? Who knows? Again, that's not my lane. So this officer signed this, Richardson signed this at 5:11 p.m. This is the actual search warrant that the court signed. It looks like it was submitted to the court electronically. So it was signed 5:11 p.m. We don't know when the court actually reviewed it. We know when they signed it, but not reviewed it. And the search warrant allows the officers to make a search in the daytime of the above named or described person, vehicle, item, or premises for the described property or evidence. And if you find the same or any part thereof, retain the property in your custody, subject to the direction of a prosecutor or order of this court. There is nothing in here that authorizes the arrest of Ben or other individuals in that Airbnb. All it authorizes them to do is to look for Lego merchandise. That's it. And of course, we know they didn't find any. So this was signed a couple of minutes later at 5:37 p.m. And we know based on the body camera footage that the officers executed the raid a couple of minutes after this. And then the return of the search warrant, they say, hey, yeah, we arrested Ben. No items were seized. And that return was entered at 6:17 a.m. on March 12th. This is what the judge actually weighed when they signed it. I would argue that judges, they don't really read it. They're just going to sign it, kind of rubber stamp it. And then the second document is an affidavit of probable cause, which officers usually have to fill out if they arrest you without a warrant. And this is usually the charging document. Full disclosure, I redacted Ben's date of birth and address. The police department didn't, but I thought it was appropriate to do so. Affidavit starts by letting us know that Ben was arrested at about 6 p.m. And we know that's about the time they went to his Airbnb. He walked out the door, they immediately put him in cuffs. Right, because under a search warrant, because that was the purpose. They told us that's what the purpose was in the actual search warrant. So now what they did was they have to have a charging document because the search warrant did not actually authorize the arrest of Ben. So they had to arrest him without, and in order to do so, they have to produce an affidavit of probable cause explaining why they made a warrantless arrest. And so they start out by saying on March 11th, officers received a call from a resident, we know who that is, that Ben was stalking him. Upon further investigation, it was found that on March 8th, officers were called by the victim of Benjamin having someone deliver a suspicious package. They know what that package was. It was the ducks. During this incident, officers found that Benjamin had flown an individual out to Utah to video the incident, and the individual stated that Benjamin was paying him to video. On March 9th, the victim called the police again for a male on his front porch, ringing his doorbell, and was wearing church attire. The individual said he was portraying an LDS church member and was sent by Bishop to speak with the victim.
No, that was a real LDS member.
His doorbell was interviewed by officers and stated he was actually helping Benjamin. And then
that kid was a real LDS member. He like went to the church and got him.
What are they missing here? The fact that they had them pulled over to, quote, scare them.
Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
On March 10th, the victim called the police department and stated Benjamin and a group of individuals were at his house and were ringing the doorbell. Benjamin was later arrested and booked for stalking and targeted residential picketing. On May 11th, officers arrived on scene and found a group of individuals who, working for Benjamin, had hung up a sign on a neighbor's fence. Now notice, on March 11th, they don't state that they were called to go out there. They just went out there. They let him go after the March 10th arrest. And I wonder if they followed him or if they just started observing to see what was going on because they wanted to build a case. I'm just speculating. We don't know. They don't really fill in the gaps here. On the sign, it stated, quote, "I stole a dying man's life savings," and had what appeared to be an AI-generated picture of the victim with money in the victim's hands and an older person laying in a hospital bed. Officers detained the individual that had put up the sign and later found he had been on a video call with Ben when officers arrived. The individual was brought back to the police department for further questioning. In a subsequent interview with the individual, this person stated they had gone near the residence to film a video and help promote the GoFundMe account for a project Ben had been working on. Near the residence, not on the residence. The individual stated that Benjamin runs a YouTube account and Benjamin's an investigative journalist. So they're telling me on March 11th, they didn't know who Ben was. The individual stated that Ben had told him that they could not go back to the residence because he was arrested the previous day. Benjamin was later located at a rental property and was detained for further questioning. But we know he wasn't detained. He was arrested right away. How do we know this? Well, it says so right here. At 6 p.m., which matches about the time the officers arrived and put Benjamin in handcuffs, he was arrested. So they're misrepresenting to say, oh, we just detained him for further questioning. During an interview with Benjamin, post Miranda.
And I'm Detective Nikosha. I work at the police department.
Okay.
Just wanted to try and talk with you, just try to figure out what's going on. It sounds like there's a lot going on that I don't know a lot about, so that's why I'm just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and just try to talk to you.
Anytime a cop removes you from your home, puts you in handcuffs, puts you in the back of a cop car, drags you to a police department, and then tells you that they just want to talk to you and give you the benefit of the doubt, it is never for the benefit of your doubt. Ever.
So that's why I'm just trying to give you the benefit of the doubt and just try to talk to you. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I can share everything I know, I guess.
Okay. Before I do so, I just want to make sure you're aware of your rights. Doesn't mean you're going to jail or anything, but just because we're in this setting and I may ask some questions that may come off as like interrogation or type stuff.
And in case you didn't know this, cops are allowed to lie to you. So don't trust them, especially if you were dragged to the police station and you're not free to leave.
Doesn't mean you're going to jail or anything, but just because we're in this setting and I may ask some questions that may come off as like interrogation or type stuff.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So I just want to make sure you're aware of your rights and also that we're kind of covered and everything. Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be
Why
used
isn't
against
my
you in
drawing
court.
stuff working?
You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without an attorney present, sorry, you will still have the right to stop answering.
Having a hard time
until you talk
getting
to
that out there,
Do you
Ossifer?
understand the rights that I have just read to you?
Yes.
Okay. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me?
I'm assuming if I say no, then I'll go to jail.
I mean, I can't. I have to ask you some questions. I'm confused with.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my side. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like lies going around. I can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to answer a specific question, like I said, you can just say, "Hey, I don't want to answer that question." That sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, for sure.
He stated he had been arrested for stalking the previous day. He stated he had posted on social media asking for help with the project he had been working on. Benjamin said he got a group of people together and decided to make one last video with the sign that was placed on the neighbor's fence of the victim to promote the GoFundMe. I don't see anything wrong with that. The sign was placed on the neighbor's fence, faced directly towards the victim's home. During the interview, Benjamin stated he was in Utah to serve the victim with civil court papers. So during the interview, not every interaction Ben had had with the police officers. Why put that in there? Because that'd be damning to the officer's narrative, of course. Benjamin stated due to his understanding of the law before any court proceeding could start, he had attempted a good faith conversation with the victim and served the papers. Benjamin's not a resident of Utah, lives in California. After being booked out of jail for the previous stalking charge, Benjamin organized a plan to put up the poster on the neighbor's fence and created the GoFundMe and attempted to get his group to video and promote the GoFundMe while in front of the victim's house. Benjamin stated this was part of his idea and he should take the blame for this. Benjamin stated he was trying to create the videos to help promote the GoFundMe and help with the civil case. The victim stated these incidents created stress for him and his family. When the officers arrived at the victim's home on March 11th, they observed the victim to be in distress. Well, is it weighing on your soul, Mr. Victim, when you screw up? The victim told the officers he was afraid for him and his family because Ben, he's a scary guy. Based on Benjamin's pattern of behavior, the events that occurred on March 11th, I'm requesting that he be charged with something. It's cut off here. I wonder if that's intentional, but we know stalking just based on all the information. And this was signed by Spencer Tonga, and it was signed the same day of the raid, March 11, 2026, but at about 9 p.m. So about 3 hours after they arrested Ben at the Airbnb. So this document was written after they already had Ben in handcuffs to justify the booking and to charge him. They were talking to everybody. They were Mirandized and they agreed to talk. And so what the officer did in this probable cause affidavit was cherry pick the statements he wanted to use and the information he wanted to use to be able to justify holding Ben in jail. So this document, the probable cause affidavit, didn't exist at the time they presented the search warrant to the judge. And it's important to note, if I didn't make it clear before, you can't arrest people based on search warrants. But we know exactly why the officers were there, because before they even got into the house, they were already putting people in handcuffs. And they didn't let them out of handcuffs until after they were transported down to the police station. That's an arrest. Even when the officer's saying, we don't even really know what we're doing yet. Having two separate documents is critical, though, because this probable cause affidavit doesn't come into the picture if you're challenging the basis for the officers raiding the home. The only thing the officers can point to as to why they raided the home was the search warrant. And then the affidavit supporting the search warrant becomes that much more important. And they're not going to be allowed to point to the probable cause affidavit because, again, at the time of the raid, this did not exist. So the judge authorized the raid on one document alone, and that's the affidavit. And that document, I think, is where the problems live. To understand why the affidavit reads the way it does, watch how these officers were already treating Ben before they had any warrant. It's just been days of Ben trying to tell them the story, and they just ignored him. He said he was there for service of process. The officer verified that information. And then we have March 9th incident, which I've covered. And then you have the sign, which accused Josh of stealing a dying man's life savings. He put it on a public strip in a neighbor's fence, and he filmed it for a GoFundMe. They never ask if this was true. Instead, they go shopping for a crime. We're here to make sure that nobody gets in trouble, nobody gets hurt, nobody gets arrested. The other issue that we run into is it can run into some defamation stuff, or it can have some other ramifications. Signs too. Well, we're going to take it down. And then, yeah, we may come and talk to you again. I don't think so. But thank you very much. Okay. You see that or give that? Okay, so if it's in the commission of a crime, what is it? Is it disorderly conduct? Did it raise the police to be summoned because it caused problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it? Is he upset about it? I guess, but that's not. Look at your stalking code. See if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance. We're just going to make sure we don't have anything. We can absolutely give it back to them.
A few moments later.
So Officer Richardson's going to give you a Miranda warning because right now Ben is probably breaking the law, but we don't know what your involvement is. If we determine that you're involved, that could implicate you. If we determine that you're not involved or you're cooperating with us and we see that it's Ben and it's not you, but it wasn't Ben, it was me. I'm just telling you before we give you a Miranda warning. Yeah. Okay? Because there's a lot of ways this could go. And I'm not going to coerce you or scare you or threaten you.
10 seconds later.
Right now, I don't think he has breaking the law. No intention of hemming any of you up with anything.
And this isn't the first time they went shopping for a crime. Remember the March 9th traffic stop? They were trying to find a way to arrest him, to take him in.
If I can get Ben to say, yeah, well, I did tell him to go over there and do that, then I have harassment charges on Ben.
You got any codes? Because our current harassment code doesn't. We don't really have a harassment code in Utah.
Just race. What did I just do? I read one when I was there. We do have an harassment code, but it's not good.
It's like that written or recorded threat. But like the societal definition of harassment is not the Utah code definition, which it would help us out if we had one.
But then here they're looking at stalking, then disorderly, then a city ordinance. That's starting with the man and hunting for a charge. So one officer knew an ugly sign that upsets someone is speech, not a crime. They're not supposed to be the speech police. Then they floated defamation. Think about that. They treated the sign's accusation against Josh as presumptively false and harmful. They made up their minds that it was a lie, something to seize and charge. And they never once tested whether it was true. The whole theory against Ben was that he had no legitimate reason to keep showing up. Harassment dressed up as serving papers. So, was the lawsuit real? We all know this already. The department answered that themselves. The day before the raid, an American Fork officer called the court in Oregon, spoke to the clerk, confirmed that it was a real case, that there had been no answer, and service had not been perfected. So the case can't move forward until he's served. That's the exact thing Ben kept saying throughout the last couple of days. Now, here's the affidavit the judge actually read. That verified lawsuit, the fact that they went through the motions of calling and talking to Josh about this, it's not in there. It's not mentioned. The judge authorized entering a home without ever being told that the department had already confirmed Ben was a real plaintiff in a real lawsuit, carrying out a legally required step that every lawyer, to include that judge, recognizes is a required step. They never once identified Ben to a judge as what he actually was, a verified plaintiff. And this isn't a technicality. Serving someone with a lawsuit isn't harassment. It's a constitutional right. The right to take your dispute to court and make the other side answer. It's the First Amendment right to petition, protected who knows how long, at least 50 years. You don't get to take the mandatory first step of a lawsuit and then turn it into a stalking charge. Let's apply this omission to the qualified immunity standard. Is leaving that out a violation? I think so. The Supreme Court said in Franks v. Delaware back in 1978 that if an officer leaves a material fact out of a warrant affidavit, knowingly or recklessly, and that fact would have undercut probable cause.
Okay, hold on. Let me give you my card.
Hiding that the case was real when
Coming.
he has no legitimate purpose is the entire theory. That's about as material as it gets. So prong 2. Is that clearly established? Also, yes. Frank's case is 47 years old.
I need
It's
the
not
couple
their
of those
escape
liters of
What
Evian.
is their
They have
escape
liters.
Well, it's factual. We'll
And,
say the
Evian
officer who
because
wrote the
it's only stuff
affidavit
that actually
wasn't the
will hydrate
officer
my
who
body
made the call.
legitimately.
Different officer, different case.
Everything else just like
we didn't
flushes
know.
right
That
out.
doesn't work because when an officer is writing an affidavit, they should be looking at a case, going to collect information to make sure they're presenting all the
And then can
information.
you also give
If
me
they're not doing it, wouldn't that make them reckless? And look at what the warrant actually let them search for. The crime is stalking. The thing they're searching for is stolen Legos. But stolen Legos aren't evidence of
I'll
stalking.
text you the code. Actually, you can just use it as credit and sign it.
A matter
Oh
this
wait, no,
department
that's my
spent
food
4
card.
days telling Ben was none of their
Yeah.
A warrant has to connect the thing you're seizing to the crime you're charging. There's no
Okay, he's gonna get me
connection.
some water. Be right back.
To look for
I'm gonna get
But
a
we all
candy bar
know
too.
They weren't there looking for evidence of a crime. They were there to send a message to Ben. If they wanted to arrest Ben, they could have gotten an arrest warrant. It sounds like they didn't have enough information to actually present to a judge. Or they did present an arrest warrant to the judge and the judge didn't sign it. We don't know. But what we do know was they decided to charge Ben after a 3-hour interrogation at the police department because he was arrested at 6 p.m. The charging document was presented and signed at about 9 p.m. The reason those interrogations were critical was because they likely couldn't link Ben to the GoFundMe or the poster, which they thought obviously was stalking and harassment and who knows what else. But once they got everybody in handcuffs and down to the police department and they started talking, they got everything they needed in their minds to charge Ben and throw him in jail. And Utah law has different rules for what a search warrant is for, as opposed to if you want to take someone in custody. And that's called an arrest warrant.
Officers then prepared a search warrant affidavit requesting authorization to enter the residence to locate and arrest Snyder.
So the chief says that the warrant was to enter the home and arrest him. Back to our qualified immunity analysis. Prong 1, is that a violation? The Supreme Court in Payton said that police can't enter a home to arrest someone without a warrant for the arrest. Search warrant for property isn't that. So these officers had a warrant to look for Legos, but they used it to seize a man and his friends. On prong 1, the better argument is that's a Fourth Amendment violation. But here's where qualified immunity earns its reputation. For prong 2, you have to ask, was it clearly established that this exact move was illegal? And here's where it gets murky, because there's a line of cases that say when officers are lawfully inside a home executing a valid search warrant, they can arrest someone that they find there. So if Ben decides to file a civil rights lawsuit with this specific issue, the officer's lawyer is going to argue, hey, they need to find a case that said this specific move, a property warrant used to make an arrest, was off limits. And if there isn't one squarely on point, the court is likely going to let them keep their immunity. So again, under the qualified immunity standard, which is judge-made, entirely, completely judge-made, the conduct can be wrong under prong 1, so it can be a violation of your rights, but the officers could still be protected and immune from lawsuit under prong 2. That's not a glitch. That's the machine working exactly as designed. So what you have here are 22 patrol officers for a city of 41,000. In over 4 days, this same small group cycled through the same handful of names: Hawkins, Richardson, Adamson, the K-9 officer, the officer who made the call to the Oregon clerk. You're not looking at a big city precinct where the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. You're looking at a meaningful slice of an entire city's patrol division working one case all week. So much so that the police chief immediately puts out a video going through the details of the case. So if they try to say, well, the officer who wrote the affidavit was separate from the warrant and they didn't know the lawsuit was real, a different officer made that call, well, read the room. In a 22 officer department with these same people on the same case for 4 straight days, the idea that the verification stayed locked in one officer's head while the rest built an arrest, that's not credible at all. The law even has a name for it. It's called collective knowledge. What one officer knows, the team is charged with knowing. So when this department confirmed the lawsuit was real, this department knew. They didn't leave out what one cop forgot. They left out what they all knew. They left out the information that saved the day for Ben. So what's the verdict? On prong one, were they wrong? I think the honest answer across this warrant in the whole situation is yes. I think they clearly targeted Ben and his friends. He went into a small town, disrupted their way of life, and that's not the way they do things there.
This is Utah County. We do things differently down here. If I wanted to, I could push things.
In an affidavit missing the facts that mattered, a search for evidence of the wrong crime, a property warrant used to seize a person or a bunch of people. But on prong two, do they get away with it? And I'm going to be straight with you. On a lot of the incidents that occurred over the multiple days, they might keep their qualified immunity. It's not because they were right. It's because the system rewards officers even when they're wrong. And you have to try to find a case on point. So you have to go in this jurisdiction and say, is there an instance where a police department targeted an individual and his friends and then were held liable for it? Or where the court said they're violating rights? If you don't have that situation, it's going to be an uphill battle. Now, again, I'm talking purely from a civil rights standpoint, not on the criminal piece of this. Yeah, and if you're thinking this is messed up, it is messed up. Does that mean that Ben shouldn't fight this? Absolutely not. The way you change the law is you have to bring a lawsuit. You have to fight this on the law. And then you change it. Even if Ben is successful on, say, a novel case or new case, maybe the court will clearly establish this conduct for people behind him. That's a difference. That's real change. And maybe the court allows some of these violations to go forward to trial. You just got to get a win on one claim, just one, to send these officers through the ringer, put them in front of a jury, and hold them accountable. But the important message here is that a right can be real, it can be violated, but it could be potentially unenforceable in the court of law. That's the system we're in right now. I hope Ben decides to fight this and hold these guys accountable. He sounds like a guy who's willing to fight this. I'm still going through everything. I'm still going to post other videos and other reviews as I see this information, kind of piece it together. But until then, this is clearly established. Thanks for watching.
I'll extend your deadline to 28 days, but within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
We have multiple Corey Richens things to talk about in Utah. The defense filed their notice of appeal. The Supreme Court filed their, hey, this it doesn't need to be a direct appeal. We're going to send this to the appellate court. Hey, we're going to appoint appellate counsel, like appellate public defense counsel. So the notice of appeal and those things have already happened in a timely fashion. So the appellate stuff is ongoing. We saw the notice of appeal. We are going to appeal. The initial briefs and stuff aren't in. That's going to take some time. And then the defense filed a motion to embiggen, though they weren't very entertaining with the titling of it. The defense would like to embiggen their time to file their motion for new trial. Comes now Corey Richens and respectfully moves to extend her deadline to file a motion for new trial for an additional 20 days to June 30th. And in support offers the following. Ms. Richens appeared for sentencing before this court May 13th, 2026. After sentence was pronounced, defense counsel requested an extension of time to file a motion for new trial. The court extended the deadline to file the motion for new trial to June 10th and directed the defense to file a written motion by May 27th if additional time would be needed. From May 13th through May 16th, Ms. Nestor was attending a conference out of state. There are two other defense attorneys, and you're gone for what, 2 days? Like literally 2 nights? On May 20th, Ms. Richens was transported to Utah State Prison and placed on automatic lockdown for 30 days, preventing her from communicating with her attorneys during that time. If this is the process and procedure, which I have questions about, but if this is the process and procedure, why didn't they bring it up at the time? Because these are defense attorneys in Utah. It's not like they've never had anyone go to prison before. Why didn't we hear them say to the judge, Your Honor, because we've requested this additional time, we know that our defendant is going to be transported. Can you not transport her because we will lose communication with her? They didn't bring it up to the court, which makes me think that this either isn't really a thing or that the court is not going to give it much weight because there's no information you need from your client for the motion for new trial because nothing has changed. On May 26th, Miss Lewis experienced a death in her family and as a result will be required to travel out of state for funeral services from May 29th through June 2nd. Well, have a good Memorial Day. I'm sorry for your loss. When I'm looking at, I am so sorry for a passing, I understand, but again, there are 3 defense attorneys on this team. Right now, all I see is excuses. Oh, and then there's the rest of it. And Ms. Nestor will be traveling out of the country from May 29th through June 11th. The motion for new trial covers several issues that require attachments from the written transcripts, as well as video clips. These attachments are taking a significant amount of time to prepare in light of the lengthy trial record and the need to edit video clips. Due to the above discussed travel conflicts, the inability to communicate with our client, undersigned counsel do not have sufficient time to complete the motion and attachments by June 10th and will require an additional 20 days. State's opposition to defendant's second motion to extend time to file motion for new trial. The state of Utah requests that the court deny the defendant's second motion to extend time to file motion for new trial. The defendant has not set forth sufficient grounds for further extending the time, and the victims deserve as much finality as possible. The court has permitted the defendant 86 days from verdict. I mean, when you put it like that, the motion for new trial begins when the trial's done. And in this case, it begins when the state rests. They made their motion to the judge at the end of the state's case. This is an extension of that. The court has permitted the defendant 86 days from verdict to move for a new trial, including 28 days from sentencing, which is twice the amount of time allotted by Rule 24. Damn! The amount of time is more than sufficient for 3 well-qualified attorneys to prepare a motion for new trial, notwithstanding the brief unavailability of 2 of them. Contrary to the motion, counsel has full access to the defendant, even though she is locked down. See State of Utah Department of Corrections Department Manual FD06 Legal Access. See also the Utah Admin Code 251-707. Members of the prosecution team have already scheduled time away based upon calculation of when post-trial litigation would reasonably conclude. If the court grants the motion, the state requests that the court set September 4th as the state's response deadline. Scheduling time off as a prosecutor when there are cases that have statutory rights to speedy trial and other things takes quite a lot of staggering, especially when you have a smaller prosecutor's office. It's not like there's just unlimited attorneys to fill in, so everyone has to stagger their own vacations, their family's vacations, and then people have life going on in the summer, and they've been in this trial now. It probably feels like a decade for all of them, but this is a substantial trial. It makes sense that they have already set, hey, this will be concluded, and then we're staggering our time off. This makes perfect sense, but also Judge M's going to hate that. Excuse me, Your Honor, September. Ooh, Judge M's going to hate that. Leonard, a quick thank you to our sponsor, Jones Road. You know I love a simplified routine, and I've talked about simplifying my makeup routine literally as much as possible, and Jones Road plays a huge role in that because their makeup has been so easy to wear and is great for your skin. I love that they also have the Miracle Balm. I have the one that is just completely sheer. I absolutely adore this product, but Jones Road just added a foundation stick to their lineup, and I cannot wait to try it. I love a foundation stick. It makes it so easy to build where you want it to get a nice, clean canvas for your makeup. The new foundation stick, just like all the other products, is packed with
Did you
skin
just
level
call your
ingredients,
face a
so
canvas?
that you're getting dermatologist tested makeup that's also nourishing your skin while you wear it. And you can really feel the difference when you're wearing Jones Road, that the makeup doesn't feel heavy on your skin. It is like wearing skincare that also just makes you look fresh. It's modern day makeup that's clean, strategic, and multifunctional for effortless routines. And for a limited time, Lawnards get a free gift with their first purchase when you use code EDB at checkout. Just head to jonesroadbeauty.com and use code EDB at checkout for your free gift on your first purchase. And if they ask how you heard about them, let them know it was the Emily Show. Case briefs. And now, let's get back to the brief. We're going to take a look at an article from USA Today real quick because Lawnards. I think it gives us a little bit more insight into maybe what the defense is doing. Two jurors from different cases spoke with Nate Eaton at a conference over the weekend. The juror from the Corey Richins case talked about the impact of sitting as a juror. The jurors were talking about one from the Richins case, one from the Vallow case. The juror said, when asked if she had anything to say to Corey Richins, she responded, "I would have nothing to say to her except we got it right." I love that. She said she felt a pit in my stomach the moment the jury handed down the verdict. I can imagine, because it's a weighty thing. And you understand, even though the jurors are not the ones that are responsible for the choices that the defendant has made, it feels incredibly heavy being the one to say, you did this crime. This is what you did. But what she shared next is what I wanted to highlight. She revealed during the panel that following an interview with journalist Nate Eaton, the defense's private investigator contacted her family, and a defense lawyer attempted to have her admit to an error on one of the guilty counts in a phone conversation. The jurors didn't make any mistakes in this case. And as much as the defense wants to try to make fetch happen, they're not making fetch happen in this case. And when we saw jurors that had concerns, grave concerns, after the Karen Reed case, what did those jurors do? Those jurors reached out to the defense. They didn't need to be sought out. And Lawnards, I do not know what the rules are for contact in Utah. In a lot of jurisdictions, lawyers are allowed to contact the jurors. And it depends if the court has sealed the juror information or if the juror information is available to the attorneys. In a lot of jurisdictions, the juror information is available to the attorneys and they are permitted to reach out. The jurors can say, "I'm not talking to you." But yes, they are allowed to reach out in most jurisdictions. I don't think the defense provided much more detail than they did in court when they said, "I'm going to be on vacation. Ms. Lewis is going to be on vacation. It's an extensive record. We need 90 days. The statute allows 14 days. And the motion for new trial needs to be filed after sentencing. But remember, they had a substantial amount of time between the verdict coming down March 16th and the sentencing happening May 13th. So they had almost 2 full months from verdict to sentencing. And then the court gave them another 28 days, sometimes a full month, after that, when the statute allows for 14. I had forgotten that they had asked for 90. And the prosecution said, "Look, Your Honor, if you're kicking this out another 20 days, we need this to just happen in September." I don't know what the court's going to do on that. The court has denied a number of motions. So they might deny this motion. Thanks for joining me. If you enjoyed this episode and don't want to miss updates on your favorite cases, you're going to need the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. That way you can stay in the loop on the cases that matter most to you, and you never know when you're going to catch feelings for a new case. So make sure you get it for free on iOS and Android. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Lawnard. Nanos to back off and leave the county assessor alone. According to Droby, the official said Nanos shouldn't give her a hard time for complying with an FBI request. The sheriff agreed, Droby said, and he thanked her and told her to have a nice day. Droby said that the conversation was an isolated incident. Up to that point, I've never had a negative interaction with the sheriff at all. I am kind of chalking it up to a lot of frustration with an immense pressure that he has been put under, being thrust into the national spotlight due to this investigation. However, that being said, it was a very uncomfortable, unpleasant conversation. Droby said it's rare for her office to receive a request for information from the FBI and that she will always comply with the law enforcement request. Our job is to be transparent and help whenever, it's requested for us for many agencies. In this particular case, obviously, being the Pima County Assessor, that was hitting very close to home. I was happy to be able to provide whatever we could provide from the data in our office to help with the investigation. And it notes that this was originally published on May 12th and then updated later in the day on May 12th. But my concerns are, if you are seeing the behavior from the sheriff indicating that this type of stress or pressure or everything going on is causing a lack of judgment, which I think going off on the assessor for providing information to the FBI shows a lack of judgment in that conversation, I have concerns. And we have seen continued spotty conversations, but also I appreciate that it's brought up that he's being thrust into the national spotlight. But I can't forget that this is the sheriff's department that agreed to take part in a reality TV show called Desert Law. It seems that being in the national spotlight was something that Nanos at one time thought was a good thing for him and his department before Nancy Guthrie went missing. So the national spotlight, I don't think, is the excuse here. Also, when you're the elected sheriff, it is your job to provide the steadfast, calm, considered leadership. And if that's getting overridden by stress, frustration, and anger, it causes me pause for what is happening within the department and how decisions are being made. And part of the reason I wanted to cover the background on what was going on with the Board of Supervisors and what was going on with the assessor is because I think it might give context to a group of news statements from the sheriff to different media outlets, including that the sheriff is not in contact with the Guthrie family at all.
It was?
Which I also find concerning. Leonard, a quick thank you to today's sponsor, Honey Love. You've heard me raving about everything Honey Love. When I say they've rolled out some incredible new bras, that includes their sports bra that is a sports bra, but it's also comfortable enough to just wear it all the time, which is what I do most of the time because I love that level of just coverage and support. But the new Plus Flex Activity Bra is not what you're thinking of when it comes to sports bras. It's actually comfortable support. It's designed for all day wear. It doesn't have anything that is going to pinch. It is so smoothing across the back, and that support all comes without underwire. I absolutely love it. And if you are ready to check out the world of Honey Love, right now they are offering the crossover triple bra bundle. And who doesn't love that Honey Love is a independent, female-founded brand with products designed by women who actually wear them. If you love Honey Love like I do, and you're looking for something new to try in addition to their new sports bra, check out the new.
Hi, Sissy. Sissy, dude, did you hear that I got a place yet?
Also, if you are dressing up, Leonard, if you are ready to treat yourself to the most advanced bras and shapewear on the market for a limited time,
Fellow crafter
50% off.
who's too busy to chat.
50% off site-wide during their Memorial Day sale. And you can use our exclusive link to shop at honeylove.com/Leonard. That's honeylove.com/Leonard. And after checkout, they'll ask you how you found them. Let them know it was the Emily Show. Experience the new standard in support and comfort with Honey Love. Let's get back to today's show. This reporting is coming to us from KLOD. Is it cold? Is it cloud? News 13, KOLD, from May 11th, 2026. Saying Pima County Sheriff Nanos gives update on Nancy Guthrie investigation. Again, I have been and remain critical of the piecemeal updates on this case instead of just putting out a statement when there is information to put out, because it becomes jumbled and difficult to follow. They begin saying on February 1st, Nancy Guthrie was reported missing from her home in the Catalina foothills. The disappearance of the 84-year-old Guthrie, mother of today's show host Savannah Guthrie, set off a media firestorm that has been going strong for 100 days now. In the days following her disappearance, they say the roads surrounding her home were packed. 100 days later, and it's silent, with the memorial being the only reminder of what happened. I guess the only physical reminder? But Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said in an interview with 13 News that their work continues. Quote, "They are working hard to get this resolved, and I think every day they get closer," Nanos said. Based on what? They say the sheriff was not just referring to his detectives working the investigation, but also to the agents at the FBI. Nanos says, day one, the FBI was involved in this case. And they continued to be involved in this case every single day. Nano said they're also receiving help from the Arizona DPS and a handful of labs across the country. Quote, "We continue to work with our labs, whether it's on the digital end or the biological end, DNA." If the quotes sound a little funny, I am reading them exactly as written. It is part of Nanos's cadence that in all of the interviews and all of the things that we have covered, sometimes the sentence structure, I'm like, wait, where did the rest of the sentence go? What is happening? It just is at this point. When it comes to
Huh?
Yeah, you can send it to my PayPal.
Okay.
DNA, Nanos said the labs are having to separate all of the different DNA that was found inside the Guthrie house and then work to identify who it belongs to. And that takes time. Quote, "It moves at a snail's pace," Nanos said. "But for my investigative team and for me, we look at this as, no, this is doing exactly what we need it to do."
Yeah, right.
Do I know what that means? No, I don't know what that means.
years.
Do I know what he means by having to separate all the different DNA that was found in the house? No, because it's an odd way to phrase that. If you're talking about mixed DNA, then why not call it mixed DNA or mixed samples of DNA? But if there is different DNA at the house, there's nothing to be separated. It's just to be
Okay, let me
tested.
send money to his PayPal.
So some of the physical evidence we have, Nano said, and we're not going to give up on it because it's been 100 days. They say the 13 News reporter Renee Romo asked Nanos if there was information they were withholding from the public. And his response was, yes, absolutely there are. But it's not done because we got a keep it secret, he said. That's a direct quote. It's not done because we've got a keep it secret. I don't know if that was mistyped and it's keep it a secret. I can't tell you. I'm reading it as it's written. It's done because we got to protect our case. I mean, yeah, a lot of parts of investigations stay secret. The article goes on to say, and while the PCSD and FBI have been receiving tens of thousands of tips, both agencies urge you to call if you saw, heard, or remember anything. We need you to call us, Nano said. We know somebody out there knows what happened. And then they give the contact information. If you have any information in this case, including 1-800-CALL FBI, the total reward for information that helps find Nancy Guthrie or those involved in her disappearance is now more than $1.2 million. It does not surprise me that there is information in this investigation that the public does not know. The information that we as the public have gotten has been piecemealed, it has been spotty and inconsistent, and it seems that when large amounts or impactful information has come out, it is because the public's help was needed. So I'm not surprised that there is not more information. I'm again frustrated that the communication method seems to be answering the phone and talking sometimes. And to continue on that, Sheriff Nanos also spoke to people. This is from May 13th. The headline says, "Sheriff recalls moment Nancy Guthrie case took a criminal turn. Quote, doesn't look right." The Arizona sheriff leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance recounted to people the moments early in the case when he realized the 84-year-old's disappearance was likely criminal in nature. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos spoke to people as a search for Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy Guthrie, crossed its 100th day following her disappearance from her residence in Tucson, Arizona. And this is new information that I have not heard yet, but it also seems to conflict with what we've heard Savannah Guthrie say about this case, because it seemed in Savannah Guthrie's sit-down interview, she was saying that they were imploring the sheriff to understand that their mother was not capable of just walking away, that they thought maybe she had been taken to hospitals, but she wasn't just going to walk out of her house and go missing. And so this, for me, conflicts a bit with that and conflicts with the early reporting in this case. The reporting from people continues saying Nanos recalled being alerted about a missing person case around 2 p.m. over text on February 1st, a few minutes after the chief notified him about an 84-year-old woman missing from her home. Nanos said he got another text that the scene of disappearance, quote, doesn't look right. Something is wrong. We're calling homicide. And that purports to be a direct quote from Nanos relaying a text he received. The quote goes on to say, the reason that homicide was called is because they are the investigative unit in charge of missing person. Search and rescue is their operational team that helps assist with these issues, Nanos says. So you're telling me that on day one, the search and rescue team, the disappearance team, said we need to call in the homicide investigators? And then what happened? The article goes on to say that Nancy's disappearance led to a massive multi-agency search and has so far generated several leads, such as doorbell camera footage showing an armed suspect and a glove found near Nancy's home. That glove is not a lead. I understand why they're including it. The gloves found so far away were not a lead. And then gloves, we know that the testing on the gloves that were closer to Nancy's home were actually traced back to a restaurant worker whose gloves they were. So, nope. I mean, I guess they were leads until they weren't. And they report that Nanos says the investigation continues and they are increasingly getting closer to answers. Again, I hate to be so critical, but how do you know you're getting closer to answers? You might be getting closer to answers that are also a no, but I guess those are answers too. Those answers just might not lead to the type of answers that this seems to insinuate. Quote, every day our DNA labs are working with our investigators and they're coming up with different ideas and different thoughts of how to help them make this DNA work for us. You just test it. And then you see if you can establish a profile. And then you decide if you need to do IgG and start doing some genetic profiling. But I don't know what he means by they're just coming up with all these ideas on how to make DNA work for us. The quote from Nanos goes on to say, how can we do more with what we have? And so that's why I say it is, I think we're getting closer. I think that's platitudes. Because what we see with a lot of investigations is sometimes you're just trying to get the information you have. You don't know if you're closer until all the dots connect. And that's not all of the information from people and their conversation with Sheriff Nanos. On May 14th, they reported this. Sheriff leading Nancy Guthrie investigation says focus is on digital evidence as they shift through thousands and thousands of videos. So we've now moved from the DNA to the digital evidence. I think digital evidence is a good place to focus because the DNA takes as long as it takes to extract, build a profile. And then if they're doing IgG, that might not hit for years to come. Authorities investigating the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie in Arizona are turning to a growing web of digital clues in the case. This includes, quote, thousands and thousands of videos, according to Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, who tells people that investigators are focusing on analyzing digital evidence, DNA, and tips in hope of identifying a suspect. Right now, I think our focus is on the tips, the leads, and the evidence we have in front of us. Digitally, the camera footages, as well as biological, the DNA, and those types of things. They say more than 100 days after Guthrie vanished, authorities have not publicly identified a suspect or announced an arrest, but Nano says investigators remain convinced that the case can still be solved. Quote, my team, I've said all along, they're going to solve this, he says. I fully 100% believe that. At the center of the investigation is now an enormous catalog of surveillance footage gathered from intersections, neighborhoods, businesses, and home security systems across the area. They quote Nanos as saying, there's thousands and thousands of video out there from intersections and ring cameras that we have to catalog. Maybe it's all of the white trucks over here, all of the red sedans over here. You've got to have it so when you do find a suspect, quote, hey, the suspect is John Doe, we got him, now we go and say, well, what else do we know about John Doe? I don't have a tremendous amount of confidence in the statement, unfortunately, because it doesn't seem like he's really telling us how they're breaking down this investigation, because I would think they would target vehicles within a window of time where they might have been coming from the Guthrie home first and then seeing if there's any recurrences of those videos in subsequent footage, but you would need to target vehicles leaving the area of Guthrie's home during the window of time where you know she was taken, and then work from there versus sorting them by color. But maybe there's things left out of this statement. Emily, keep reading. The process, he says, is methodical. Build the digital map first, then work backwards once investigators have someone in which to compare. Quote, oh, he drives a white truck. Were there any white trucks in the area at that time? Nanos continues, oh, John Doe has this cell phone number. You back up those pieces of evidence that you gathered early on to try to make your case. Yeah, but also it seems like you could narrow down the cell phone pings around that time and then expand out to see if there are any connections to those cell phone pings. I mean, that takes a ton of time. We saw that in the Adelson case, but you can take the tower dumps and then see if any of those numbers are in that area either all the time and then possibly exclude them, or if there are numbers connected to Nancy Guthrie or family, which is what happened in the Adelson case, and start to sort that way. And maybe they are. And it would also seem that narrowing down vehicles in the area, because I imagine at this point they know all the neighbors' vehicles, and then you can categorize those kind of out and then look at other vehicles leaving the area in a targeted time and then work from there on those vehicles. And then at least you might have some vehicles of interest that were leaving the area. Because the DNA analysis is just going to take time, especially if they're moving to IgG. The article goes on to say at the same time, investigators continue to wait on advances in DNA analysis that could prove critical to the case. Quote, I know we have DNA that is unknown who the contributor or depositor is, but I think they're getting closer to finding out who that was, Nanos tells People, adding that he has confidence in our labs. Nanos goes on to say, when the labs tell us, hey, there's nothing else we can do, well, then maybe we've got a problem. We've got a cold case. But right now, the labs aren't telling us that. According to the sheriff, multiple laboratories across the country, including federal and state partners, are collaborating behind the scenes as technology continues to evolve. He's quoted as saying, when you have the best minds in the country working on problems, I think they're going to solve them. It just takes a while. Nanos says that investigators are moving carefully, even amid mounting public pressure for answers. Quote, nobody wants to make a false arrest. Nobody wants to falsely accuse somebody, he emphasizes. At some point in time, someday, we may have somebody in a courtroom that deserves his or her right to a fair trial. The way you get that is through a fair and impartial investigation. I agree with that part. You do need a fair and impartial investigation. I also think that if the update is that there are no updates, that's okay too. I understand that that becomes hard and unsatisfactory, but sometimes that might need to be what it is. Nanos says detectives are focused on evidence, not deadlines. Quote, there's frustration because people want to know. But this is just like any other case. Sometimes you solve them within hours or days.
Get off the computer, bitch! Look at you, you fucking asshole! I know you're doing that on purpose.
Consistently said that since the beginning. Sometimes these cases take years, he said early on.
So you ignore me?
Rejection from me. Nanos goes
Ah!
reports of tension
Don't
between his department and the FBI. He says coordination between his office and the FBI began soon after learning about Mr. Guthrie's
She's doing it
disappearance.
again.
Quote, Director Patel has his rights to his opinions, he says, adding that he believed some remarks were factually inaccurate. Quote, the FBI was working with us day one, Nanos said. We always had a working relationship.
I am not fucking with you.
That investigators mishandled the scene or delayed search efforts in the critical early hours after Guthrie vanished. Quote, the plane was started immediately, Nanos says, referring to aerial search operations. Quote, they found blood, search and rescue, looked at the scene and realized it seemed suspicious. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. For Nanos, much of the public criticism overlooks the realities of how complex criminal investigations unfold, especially when detectives are intentionally withholding information.
What is your deal, homie?
The sheriff doesn't do the investigation. His team does, he says. There are several people dedicated to this team. They are the talent. Criticizing those who are actually out there, touching it, smelling it, handling it, doing the work, that's just absolutely shameful. Those young men and women are working hard every day. That's a direct quote from Sheriff Nanos. The article goes on to say that as the family continues to wait for answers, Nanos says he understands the frustration surrounding the case, While he is no longer directly communicating with the Guthrie family and says those conversations are being handled by the FBI, he maintains that investigators remain focused on solving it. And that indicates a bigger problem to me. Let's see what the rest of the article says, and we'll talk about that for a moment. They're quoting Nanos as saying, quote, "The public is frustrated, even the Guthrie family," he says. "Every passing second must feel like 100 days because they don't know. What matters is moving forward carefully so we don't make mistakes or falsely accuse someone or make a bad arrest." Nanos says that we still get calls, we still get tips, even if the tip is from last night, 102 days later, because it might be somebody calling saying somebody in the neighborhood doesn't look right. We'll tell our folks here in Pima County, if you see something suspicious to you, call us. The indication that communications with the Guthrie family are not happening by the agency leading the investigation does cause me a bit of concern. What has happened that the communications with the Guthrie family are not helpful, fortuitous, or have been cut off entirely, and they have rather worked with the FBI, who is not leading the investigation? It makes me concerned about what else is going on behind the scenes or under the surface of this investigation. And when we see the questions from the Board of Supervisors, questions from other government officials saying that Nanos was scolding them for assisting the FBI, and then some inconsistent statements about even the earliest days of this investigation, it causes me pause. And I worry that that upset within a department is also going to be a distraction from working a case that is getting deep into the weeds, and has to be, because if we weren't deep into the weeds, then we would have had some more answers. And unfortunately, I think that the DNA is probably going to be their best bet at this point. But you never know when there's going to be a change in a case. You never know when they will get that one piece of information that will make everything else click into place. And I hope that we do. I hope that the Guthrie family gets answers. I know that there are so many families of those missing that don't get those answers. And it is horrific for families waiting for those answers that might never come. It's frustrating to see how scattered it has played out. My criticism of the inconsistent communication stands. Even if the communication was the investigation is ongoing, period, fine. But a lot of the statements from the sheriff are, I think this, maybe this, it's not definitive. And it doesn't help anyone determine what's going on in this investigation or feel more confident. We're like, maybe we're sorting the red trucks from the white cars. If there's no comment, if there's no update, if the update is DNA processing remains ongoing, we are still following leads, fine. It does not feel thoughtful and considered. These feel like more off the cuff conversations. And with an ongoing investigation,
It's
that
Lukey
just becomes a little bit
Dookie.
harder for everyone and to help the public feel confident in how the investigation is going. So I will keep you up to date. What updates do we take away from all of that? Well, a large update that Sheriff Nanos, and it seems Pima County Sheriff, is not in any communication with Nancy Guthrie's family. And that is very, very unusual. That the sheriff continues to fire back at the FBI director saying that they weren't brought in on this case in the earliest days, and him saying that they were. And again, he's also been forwarded to the AG's office for perjury investigations. So I don't even know what to make of that until we see more about it. But it seems that there are at least enough questions with regard to whether the sheriff was untruthful in his hiring and in his representation of his past work that it gives me a significant amount of pause. And I'm sure the Pima County Board of Supervisors have that
Hi,
same
True
pause, and
Luke.
that's why they've been pursuing
Look at
those to
that.
see what can be done here. I hope that it is not distracting within the department, but I don't know how it could be any other way when your work is in the crosshairs. And what else did we learn from that? Well, we learned that initial investigators said we probably need the homicide team in here to start helping with this investigation. If this is going to go beyond a missing person, which is an interesting new note. In the future, we will see DNA is still being processed and some more rounded statements. We are still compiling digital evidence. We are still going through thousands of hours of video, but I am going to keep seeing where this goes because at this point, I'm invested. I want to know what's happening with the investigations into the sheriff. And now I have so many questions that I have unanswered that it's created an open loop for me too. And for a lot of you as well. So we will keep an eye on when we have updates of substance. And the substance in these, again, being that, yes, they called in homicide investigators. It seems like early on in this investigation, and that the victim's family is not talking to the Pima County sheriffs. Those are significant updates and give us a peek that there is still disruption within this investigation. Remember, it wasn't until the end of the Koberger case that we heard that detectives were in touch with the victims' families daily, even if the updates were small, even if it was just to check in and say that things were still progressing, but that they were in touch with the victims' families daily. And that's not what's happening here. And it causes me some concern. But you know what doesn't cause me grave concerns? Being here with the Law Nerds. It's always good to see you. And thank you again for all of your love on our latest Law Nerd Shop I'm With the Band launch. There are just a few things left from that launch while I'm recording this. And if you don't want to miss out in the future, make sure that you have the Law Nerd app so that I can keep you in the loop before things go live. Because, well, we do our best to plan. Law Nerds have had such resounding support for the Law Nerd Shop that, well, things do sell out. It is always our goal that you're able to find the things that you love whenever we have a launch. And sometimes those things are just gone a little bit faster than we anticipate. There are still some things left in the Law Nerd Shop. Don't forget to check it out. There are some surprises in this launch that were a lot of fun to bring to light for you. And we will keep you posted in the future. We've heard your requests for some of your favorites to be restocked. So we will keep you posted in the future if that's something we are able to do. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. And as we get into this week, my kiddo is graduating high school. And so I will have some scheduling changes and I will keep you updated to those. I'm not going to have.
Ever since I posted the stand-up clip where I make a joke about how when ladies take a bath, they take a
DCI marching season with the Cavaliers, I'm so incredibly proud of him. If you caught any
A true girl
season or are interested in marching band this season, don't worry. I'll be talking more about it. And maybe I'll see you at Lucas Oil in August for finals. But as we get into the summer, there is going to be band mom mode in addition to Law Nerd mode because it is going to be busy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Thank you for all your support of Emo Emily as we go through my first kiddo graduating from high school. It's so much, y'all. It's so much. Everybody says how much it is. It's accurate. Everyone accurate. It's accurate. And I'm so excited. I'm so happy for him. And I'm so absolutely overwhelmed with how grateful I am that so many of you also got to celebrate all of these milestones with us as T has popped onto stream and said hello since junior high and for some since elementary school in early days. And it's been awesome to have those moments.
I guess I better get ready to project stuff onto canvas so that I can make Elliot's rug for him.
Way too
Let the
much.
tablet charge
And
for a
all of
little
you on
while.
graduation
Gonna
feels
need
with
to.
for all of those who relate, and for those of you who have it coming up, don't worry, just take a deep breath. It's wonderful. It's a lot, and it's wonderful. And it's wonderful being here with you. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for being honored.
First.
Deep breaths this week. We're not going to be streaming as much because I'm going to be doing the graduation things. I will see you on stream early in the week. And then I will be sharing some of our graduation with you.
I literally cannot stand this channel.
Some other
I don't
things
know why it always plays her videos and I just don't realize what's going on until it's been on for a while and then the algorithm thinks I want to watch this crap.
Don't finish updates on your favorite cases. You're going to need the Law Nerd app at lawnerd.com. That way you can stay in the loop on the cases that matter most to you. And you never know when you're going to catch feelings for a new case. So make sure you get it for free on iOS and Android. Thank you for being here and thank you for being a Law Nerd.
Yeah, it's time to close the windows. I know you don't want to, but too bad. No, I'm not feeding you again. Because everyone feeds you. You don't eat it, and then the flies get in it, and I'm not doing that. Except time today. Money. When is Candace Owens coming back? What the hell's going on? Like, what the fuck, bro?
Today, we're going brick by brick as we analyze the Bricks and Minifigs case and all of the law and crimes involved in this. Of course, this is the legal mindset where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. Now, this is something that slammed my inbox, and there are so many legal questions, different areas of both civil law, criminal law,
You wanna go back outside?
regulatory law,
Hungry?
that I found this very fascinating, but it took some time to put together this analysis. But this could not possibly be more perfect down my wheelhouse as a corporate attorney. I dealt with pretty much all of these issues. This is a content creator, Reckless Ben, who decided to take on the company of Bricks and Minifigs, which is a company selling Legos. Now, how this breaks down is essentially there was a consignment agreement with one Brian Mansell and the former franchise owner of a local branch, a local franchise of Bricks and Minifigs. And for those that don't know, franchises are not owned by the corporation. So as a corporate attorney, one thing we constantly would say, one thing that is very much true, is you will constantly shift the blame between corporate and the franchise. The corporation will say it's always the franchise fault, right? That's something you have to talk to the franchise owner, and the franchise owner will say, take it up with corporate. That's a corporate issue. That's in our contract, etc. So that game of back and forth is very, very, very much tried and true here. And we see that play out in this case. Finally, she gave me an answer of why she can't help me. Basically, what the manager's saying is that if someone did steal the Legos, it wasn't her, it was corporate. This was corporate side of the story. You have to talk to the store owner. Now, this all really goes down to what a consignment is, and really that's what you need to understand here. So a consignment is essentially when one person is holding something on behalf of somebody else. In this case, it was over $200,000. That's a disputed value. Now, Bricks and Minifigs, the franchise owners, they dispute that. Be right back. And then we're going to project our art onto the canvas, and then we're going to start making rugs tonight.
Right? Canvas. Canvas. I guess for now.
A number,
Did I
but
unmute it?
Demand Cells,
Yes.
Reckless Ben, their number is 200K. So let's go with the higher number. So a lot of Star Wars Legos were very valuable. Now, consignments are what's called a security interest. And those are regulated by the Uniform Commercial Code, which has been adopted in Oregon. Under that code, the property remains under the superior title, meaning the ownership of the consignor. So the person that signed it over, even though it's being held by another person. The problem with this is the telltale maxim possession is 9/10 of the law. So even though there's this agreement, the physical product is being held by somebody else. So you have to wonder what they're going to do with that product. And in this case, something very, very wrong did indeed happen. Almost mockingly, they've since flooded all of their social media with tons of pictures of Star Wars Legos. At this point, it seems like they're just rubbing it in this family's face. So what likely happened here, which is something that Ben's videos don't make clear, is that after this consignment was made, essentially they quickly sold off that property to make cash. And once they made that cash, they either used that for operating expenses because the store wasn't making enough money. A lot of times stores will just make money on one high ticket item or
I'm gonna have to mail this to that
well,
girl and have her
that's
fix it.
really what's keeping them afloat. They're really not making a lot of money. So hey, they go and liquidate this inventory, these Star Wars Legos, because hey, they belong to really somebody else, and they're not going to come after us right away, and they may not have the resources, so we may be able to strong arm them. So they sell those off quickly, take the cash, and essentially flee. But essentially, those Legos are mostly gone, and they've likely taken the profits from those Legos already. And the whole purpose of Ben's video, which is to get the Legos back, is likely never going to happen because those Legos are likely mostly gone and sold off for cash. That's a lot of times what will happen in these agreements, particularly when you have a party with more power, like a larger corporation or even a small business versus an individual, that can feel like, hey, you're not actually going to take me to court on this, and you're going to get away with this. And the guy just looks at me, crosses his arms, and goes, "Let me tell you what's going to happen. If we go to court, we're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth of what you ever would have gotten on it." So despite retaining superior title, they took those away from them. Now, the franchise owner had several arguments here related to the consignment. First of all, they said, hey, we're going to keep these as store property because this consignment was illegal. We're not allowed to do consignments based on our corporate contract. Well, that's a whole separate problem, and that would also put the people that originally engaged in that.
But that's not true.
With individual
But
liability.
it's not
because
true.
They entered into an illegal contract.
They are
right? So that
allowed to
would
do
have been
consignment.
on them for breach of contract, unjust enrichment, conversion. These are all civil claims. And by the way, I want to correct Reckless Ben. Throughout his video, he constantly uses civil crime and criminal crime. There's no such thing as a civil crime. That's not a thing. There's a civil claim, right? A civil
That's
claim
what he
claim
meant.
for money and claim for damages, but it's not a crime. If you are guilty of found to have liability in civil court, they find you guilty in civil court, you're liable for money, but that does not make you a criminal. And this is very important, particularly for Ben, because he uses this word recklessly, dare I say, as in his name, which may put him on the hook for defamation. He repeatedly calls people using criminal language.
Yeah, but they are committing the crime.
With civil language, and that's a problem because when you accuse somebody of a crime, that can be defamatory, and that may put Ben on the hook for defamation for
Except for like they are doing criminal
things. The other thing that the franchise owners tried to get off the hook with was saying they're not aware of the consignment. But in Ben's own videos, we saw them eventually confess to this. When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his that Amanda didn't sell, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there. What happened to your stuff then?
next is really the thing that they should have done with this, which is go after them for conversion, breach of contract, and unjust enrichment. Now, I know they make a big point of going to court is expensive, but what they don't mention, in my first thought, and the thought of almost all the lawyers that I talked to on this, when I talked to my colleagues on this, was find somebody who will work on contingency. Contingency means a percentage of the recovery. There are plenty of lawyers out there, in fact, I know many of them, that will take these cases based on a percentage of recovery, especially if there's strong backup, there's strong evidence to back this up and say, yeah, no, this is a good claim. We're going to take this. We're not going to require a massive retainer, and we're going to take a percentage of the return, right? Now, you might have to pay out 30% of the return, but after 25% of the return, some higher percent. But hey, they're willing to take the case, and you're willing to get a good portion of your money back from this eventual W. There's other issues that were brought up in this, and these are ones that Ben created himself. The first one is Ben's sham contract. Now, Ben himself eventually admits this is not a legal contract, but Ben tried to put together a contract that said that they could not trespass him from the property. And for every time they called the police, they owed him $5,000. I made a contract with Amanda that says I, Ben Schneider, should not be trespassed in all of these legal words for any circumstance whatsoever and for literally any reason, including a clause that says for every police officer she calls on me, she owes me $5,000. Now, this is completely unenforceable.
Of course it isn't. He was trying to make a fucking point.
Have a contract executed by deception. And using a routine package delivery to get a signature doesn't work because that's what we call fraud in the inducement.
Right.
You're inducing someone, you're tricking someone into a contract. There is no mutual assent. Now, once again, he brings up this duty to read law, but that doesn't apply at all for something where you have no idea you're signing a contract. You think you're signing for a delivery and you're actually signing a contract. There's no mutual assent, mutual agreement that, hey, we're entering into a contract here. You are tricking someone. The other thing is terms in there like you can't call the police, you can't trespass. Those are both unconscionable and they cannot be contracted. You can never have a contract ever. And I've written thousands and thousands of contracts as a corporate attorney. It's something I am probably the master at writing contracts. There's no way to get immunity from crimes. Trust me, people. If we could contract out of crimes, lawyers would do it in a heartbeat. But you cannot do that at all. You cannot say you cannot call the police on me. You cannot say you can't charge me with trespass. That's not going to happen ever. So that's not a thing in a contract. Don't ever try to do that. Continuing on, Ben also had some criminal acts that well, while you may frame them as pranks, they were criminal acts. Go ahead and leave it. I'm going to ask you one more time. Last time. So after being told you need to leave, you're getting into issues of criminal trespass. A person does not have to give you a good reason to leave the property. They simply need to ask you to leave, and you should leave that property, or they're committing trespass. Now, one thing he does bring up is, oh, I was just trying to serve them this lawsuit. I was trying to have this good faith conversation. Well, that's completely bunk because all of that could have been achieved through a professional process.
They did have a process server. That's the thing.
The problem was he was there. And actually, under the relevant local law, it says if you're an interested party, if you're somebody who is involved in a lawsuit as a plaintiff, as a defendant, as somebody who's interested in that lawsuit, you cannot function as the process server. So because he was suing them in small claims court, he is not a valid person to act as a process server or to be there when they're serving process. I know why he was there, but it actually worked against his case and ended up getting him in trouble. He should have left it to that process server. If he wanted to stick a body cam on the process server or something like that, he might have been able to do that, depending on the consent laws there. But that said, he might be able to record it, but not be there himself physically, because I think that is where the issues come up, and that's where the trespassing comes up. You also have potential disorderly conduct, which comes out for many of his pranks that he was pulling off.
And we did it.
And the sign is way too small. What the heck, ChatGPT? And targeted residential picketing, as well as several likely local ordinance violations. Remember, there's always going to be some local law that you're violating. That's always going to happen. The other thing is stalking. This comes up pretty clearly if you look at their behavior and you think about this through a lens of, well, what if these were just innocent people, even if they're not, right? You look at it as stalking because it's conduct causing reasonable fear for your safety or emotional distress. Typically, it has to be 2 or more actions, but they had a multitude of actions that they recorded in 4K of them going around recording people, going to their houses, etc. That's going to look like stalking. That's not going to look good. So you've got all of these things that can come against Ben potentially. Whether or not he can say he had this imprimatur, this kind of slight reason of serving that lawsuit, he didn't legally need to be the one to do that. And one thing that he does repeatedly here is act as if he's Mansell's legal representative. But he's not really in an official legal role. He's not their attorney. He's not a trustee in their case. He's not necessarily the process server because he might not be qualified as a party to those small claims lawsuits. So he really doesn't have a role to play here in that. He's kind of creating this role, or he thinks he had this role to play as a representative, where he really doesn't. His main role, which he did work very effectively, was drawing publicity. The other big thing is his lottery. I want everyone's attention. We're doing a Lego raffle. This Lego set is worth $1,000. In Oregon, the lottery is highly regulated, and he went through a lot of steps and a lot of rigmarole saying he set up an official lottery. All you know is that I put a lot of work into making sure that this is a legal, legit raffle. Now, despite him saying this was a real lottery, this would likely be treated as regulators as a prank. And I know this because I've worked on actual lotteries and giveaways when working with companies for several years. But if you did analyze this as an actual lottery, Ben might actually be in trouble because in this case, he knew when he started this that the Legos were in the possession of somebody else and he could not give those away. So from the beginning, he knew it was a fraud. He knew that he could not go in and get those Legos because he'd already been denied. Ultimately, he says he paid out the lottery because he felt like it was the right thing to do, but that is actually not the answer. He paid out the lottery just to keep himself out of actually getting in trouble here and actually sent to jail. Because if you end up running a real lottery knowing that you can't give somebody the prize, well, you're still going to be on the hook there, whether or not you like it. So you might have to pay out that value of that item that you were going to give away, even if you're not going to give it away. So that's where you're going with that. So I would not be so flippant to run in and go start pretending to run a lottery and have people going out there thinking you can just run a scam lottery anytime. I think that's something that people need to be cautious of. And Ben was a little reckless with running that one. So what is the actual professional approach that should have been had here? Well, first of all, I think from the beginning, he should have used lawyers and process servers. Don't tag along to film. That actually can violate the local law. That actually can keep you from having an effective service of process, meaning giving someone the papers and starting that lawsuit. The other thing they could do is they could have filed reports with the regulatory entities, the BBB, the people that regulate the franchise owners, and support those by evidence. Submit those in to the people that regulate them and have them also come in and help come down on these people. The other thing is, we could have brought in at some point a professional mediator or an arbitrator, somebody that could come as a go-between that's seen as neutral, seen as somebody who's going to be reasonable and not just be doing it for the cloud, for the video, YouTube video, etc. Also, he did do a smart thing. I will give Ben credit that by itemizing and splitting things out for the small claims by breaking those into smaller amounts and then assigning those different people, that is permissible. People do break things out and assign them, and that is permissible. But they could have also gone to get an injunction for a return of the property. And that would have been a very logical way to try to get that back really quickly, or at least prevent the sale of the existing inventory that they might still have and be trying to sell. The other thing is you really can't engage in what we call in the law self-help. And this video is all about vigilante self-help. It's about a
YouTuber.
He tried to use the legal route so many times.
That because eventually it can constitute harassment, and particularly when you run into a
This
small
guy is a
town,
dude.
whether it's the Mormon mafia or not, you are going to get pushback from the PD.
I told you guys it was the Mormons.
Yeah, you could end up in jail in Utah when you're from Cali. Okay. Not worth it, right? Yeah. We play differently here.
And well, what they did was certainly wrong and definitely needs to be investigated. There's a point at which you need to remove yourself from that, step back, and let the process take over. Let people who are professionals go in there and handle this, not you and your YouTube boys. In judgment, Brian Mansell's case is very sympathetic. I have a lot of sympathy in the Bricks and Minifigs case for what happened from them stealing from old people. That is absolutely wrong. And he was wronged here in his consignment agreement. He entered into an agreement and got shafted. And this does happen in business all the time. However, all of this could have been avoided likely if a lawyer willing to work on contingency would have found the Mansells before Reckless Ben. If they just got a professional in there, they could have handled this much more quietly than this. Now, maybe it wouldn't have the publicity it has, and that's something to be said about YouTubers covering this for publicity. But at a certain point, it passed the line where there's things that are happening that are indeed criminal and possibly defamatory. The other thing that has come up here is a local police need to be investigated, and that goes without saying. They've done some things here that clearly are shady, involving potential excessive force, illegal stops, searches, bias, body cam footage destruction. There needs to be investigation by the state coming down, looking into that, saying, what are these local PDs doing? Because this is not following their procedures. I will agree with that part. So on that part, definitely the police are in the wrong, and it's a gross misuse of police resources when they can be used really anywhere else better than this. It also is not the job of the police to enforce the civil side. And the fact that they're willing to do things for their buddies and not willing to do things for these out of town YouTubers, while it may not be surprising, walk into any small town in America. I lived in small towns in America and worked with local police. Yes, they will side with people that live there over outsiders, mainly because they're paying taxes and you're not. But beyond that, at a certain point, the PD are going to push back, and you should remove yourself from that and let the legal process take over. So while Ben may have done some good work for publicity and for people watching this, at this point, he's likely liable for defamation and certainly on the hook for several potential crimes. But I want to hear what you guys think in the comments below about the Bricks and Minifigs case, and I will catch you on the next one. Ramsey Khalid Ismail, aka Johnny Somali, is already in trouble on his appeal, as he has been dumped by his lawyer in the face of an important new filing that may end up getting him even more jail time. We'll get to that today on The Legal Mindset, where we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. So for some background here, an important factor as he's moved off to the detention center, he's currently sitting in Seoul Nambu Detention Center after that trial where he walked in so confidently. Yeah, he's now sitting in there in that jail cell, not enjoying himself, coping in prison letters. But an important thing is he's cut his link with Hank. And that's very, very important because Hank was a source of all of his support. And you can see that in this video. I have sacrificed my finances, you know, like actually, like Johnny ran out of money because they refused Johnny to work. So I've been actually providing. You helped me a lot. You know, not only like legal fees and stuff like this. You know what I mean? Yeah. And once again, Hank paid for the entire bill there. Johnny did not foot a single dime towards that. There were IOUs we exposed on this channel that Johnny wrote to Hank, but that was fully funded by Hank to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. He helped me pay for a lawyer and stuff like that, and he's a great friend. Like honestly, I respect him for that. And
when I get out of here, a lot of it I do owe to Hank. Now, despite saying he owes things to Hank, he's absolutely stabbed him in the back, taking tens of thousands of additional dollars from Johnny Somali, according to all reports. And because of that, Hank has pulled back his support. And perhaps one of the most important things that he's pulled back on is the lawyer. Now, Johnny Somali's lawyer, as seen here, was likely provided through a family connection of Hank's. Hank is from a silver spoon family in Korea, very highbrow, high connected family, you know, with his grandfather being a high prosecutor in Korea. So, because of that, they knew people and they likely had this family attorney that they offered up and had a connection to. Typically, does different types of cases, typically works in civil law, although he had some criminal experience in the past, and had him work on this case for Johnny Somali, which was fully funded by Hank's money. Now, it's no surprise that Johnny Somali would have trouble finding a lawyer in Korea. Most advertisements are not in English. It's very difficult to find lawyers that are bilingual and also handle cases at a high level and at a level of precision, unless you have a good amount of funds, right? They're going to require a large amount. They're going to require large retainers in order to engage them. But Johnny Somali was able to get this lawyer at a discount price relative to what you normally have to pay for an attorney. Now, we can comment a lot about the decisions of the attorney. Certainly, he made statements during the trial, like the fact that Johnny Somali was never going to jail. Does he think that this charge will have any jail time? This charge, people think I'm going to go to jail for this. Is that true? What do you say? And while that was definitely a mistake and something that he shouldn't have said, there aren't many things that he did during the trial that he could have done radically different to get a radically different result. This is a case where probably he did the best he could at that trial, and it was the best outcome that Johnny Somali could probably hope for, given his behavior, his lack of remorse, his failing to submit an apology, all of these factors which were within his control. Johnny Somali had the ability to do better in his case, to fight in a different way, but he chose to go with his strategy and go with general PR that was damaging to him in the long run. But now we have just found out in a new development just yesterday that Johnny Somali's previous trial lawyer, the one provided by Hank, has now dumped him. Now that one, once again fully funded by Hank, is now gone. That is a big deal because that attorney had gone through mountains of evidence, was very familiar with Johnny's case, was familiar with all of the incidents, the bus, the ramen, Lotte World, the fish, everything, the deep fakes, everything he was doing in Seoul and everything he was charged with, all of those 8 counts. You've now got to get a new lawyer up to speed that has no idea about the details of this.
Why do they play
Yes,
videos you've
the
already
lawyer has
watched
heard of Johnny Somali.
like weeks ago? Where's my jewel at? You know, like why do they do that? Does it make any sense to you? Is my dog dead yet? Nope. It's been 4 years. Dogs are hardy animals. They can survive a lot of things. You know how I beat him all the time. So, kick him, I beat him, I scream at him and tell him he's a bad dog. Oh shit, Law and Crime is covering this now.
On December 3rd of last year in Southampton, England, there was a murder that has come to
All right,
trial.
let's get to work.
Conviction just the other day, and it's in the headlines in the UK. Typically, it wouldn't be worth spending a ton of time on a single killing in a foreign country, but this one tells you so much, not just about modern day Britain, but about the West and the attitudes that have brought us to where we are now in the 80 years since the end of the Second World War. It's worth recounting in some detail. So, on the night of December 3rd, 2025, a man called Henry Nowak, who's an 18-year-old university student, was walking back from a bar. He was totally sober. Blood tests later showed that his blood alcohol content was lower than drunk driving. So he was sober. Walking in the other direction was a man called Vikram Digwa, 23-year-old Brit, Sikh, his family's from India, walking with his brother. Now, there was no apparent confrontation between the two. Nowak filmed him on his iPhone for a second. We've seen that tape. And then, almost out of nowhere, Digwa pulls out an 8-inch long knife and begins stabbing Henry Nowak.
That's not a Sikh.
And ultimately kills him.
That's not a Sikh.
Stabbed him 5 times.
That's not someone who is a Sikh.
Now, it's worth noting that knife crime in England is famously on the rise. In fact, to such an extent that knives are difficult for ordinary people to buy in London. Try to buy a set of kitchen knives next time you're over there. Not so easy. You can do it, but it's heavily regulated. British citizens are not allowed to carry 8-inch long knives. White British citizens are not allowed to, but Sikhs are.
That's what it is. Now they're coming for the Sikhs.
Sikh religious exemption.
Got
Sikhs have
it.
argued in court, and their lobby groups have argued that they should be allowed to carry knives, and so they can. So again, in modern Britain, whites are not allowed to carry weapons.
Tucker, buddy, you gotta understand that what that man did is not what Sikhs do.
To murder a young white man. What happened next is really the most
This is
interesting.
a plant
So,
situation. Tuck.
Vikram and his brother realized that Henry Nowak is badly injured. And so his brother suggests, why don't we call the police and claim racism? And so that's exactly what his brother did. We have the call, the actual call. Here's what his brother told police dispatch the night of December 3rd.
We just got attacked recently by some white person. Okay. Whereabouts are you? We're on Beaumont Road. What's out in the streets, are you? Sorry? You just in the streets? Yeah, literally, I just parked on my car from home and he attacked my brother.
Now, it's not clear how long this man has been in the UK. He may have been born there. From his accent, it sounds like he was, but he's from a family of immigrants. But he's been there long enough to know that in the West, in 2026, racism is the ultimate crime. In fact, it's literally worse than murder. And so he tells police dispatch, this man, this white man, this random white man, as he describes him, just walked up, started hurling racial abuse at him, knocked his turban off his head, and punched him. And the police take that very, very seriously. So they sped to the scene. Meanwhile, the murderer's mother also came to the scene. She arrived before the police did, and she took the murder weapon and hid it. She brought it home with her and didn't tell anybody that she had it. In other words, she participated in the cover-up. Now, the police arrived fairly quickly to find Henry Nowak bleeding and unable to stand on his own. He said to them a total of 8 times, I have been stabbed. I'm dying. I can't breathe. He yelled it so loud that neighbors heard it. In fact, some of them called the police to say there's a man who's been stabbed and is dying. Nevertheless, police treated Henry Nowak, the dying man who's bleeding out in their presence, like the criminal because he had been accused of racism. So they handcuffed him. They dragged him through the gravel. They ignored his plea for help. I'm dying. Doesn't look like that, like you're dying. I've been stabbed. Don't think so, mate, says the cop. Now, we're not guessing about any of this because we have the body cam footage. Here it is.
Nope, nope, nope. Nope. I'll just take your word for it, buddy.
All right, folks, strap on your seatbelts because we're blasting off to the future. Or to be more precise, into the world of Futurama. Developed by Matt Groening, Futurama is an animation powerhouse that follows our main protagonist, Philip J. Fry, a 20th century pizza delivery boy who accidentally gets frozen for 1,000 old years. Now, in the future, he becomes a delivery boy yet again, but this time for an interplanetary delivery company, the Planet Express. The show has a lot of exciting and strange characters, and I mean a lot. Just to start, though, we have Fry's one-eyed mutant girlfriend, Parangalila. Initially believed to be an alien, she's the captain of the Planet Express ship and is a good roundhouse kicker. Next up, we've got Fry's best pal, the most badass robot, Bender Bending Rodriguez. He's a cigar-smoking, foul-mouthed robot who's got the urge to bend anything and steal everything. Apart from them, there are a lot of other characters in the show, which we will cover soon. Grab some popcorn and Slurpees as we kick things off with episode 1 of season 1, Space Pilot 3000. The episode starts off with the new millennium right in the corner in the year 1999. We got our main man, Philip J. Fry, who's not exactly living his dream life, working as a pizza delivery boy. He hops on his bike to make his rounds and spots his girlfriend Michelle cruising in a cab with some random dude, pissing him off. Not only does she dump him, she even makes fun of him. I hate my life, I hate my life, I hate my life. He reaches the delivery location and waits for I.C. Wiener to show up. Mr. Wiener, in fact, does not show up. He cracks open a beer to toast the coming new millennium. As the countdown ends, he
Damn it.
accidentally falls into a cryogenic pond. The pod closes, and
Oh, hey, I'm live apparently. Come on.
Some people love him, some people hate him, but by golly, he's entertaining. We're going to take a quick look at John Redcorn's journey through the original run and discuss exactly what kind of guy he is.
How long are you going to be in Arizona, Mr. Redcorn?
Just for the Thanksgiving weekend.
Hey, do your people even celebrate Thanksgiving?
We did once. Hey, folks, welcome to Squirrel Tactics. Don't hit like and subscribe if you haven't already. Check out the Patreon, the merch store, the sister channel, all that good stuff. Anyway, let's just do this. John Redcorn.
John Redcorn.
Hey, Technically, his name is John Redcorn III. His family completed the trilogy.
I would just like to make a toast to our friend John Redcorn III.
Originally voiced by Victor Aaron in the first season before Victor's death in 1997, and then from season 2 on by Jonathan Joss until his death in 2025. Victor voiced him in 2 episodes when the guys wanted some cool native stuff to tell the kids on their straight arrow camping trip in Order of the Straight Arrow.
There is a very ancient ceremony I learned from my grandfather. We call upon the sacred Matanya, and we ask him to breathe life into our spirit bag. Say, spirit bag.
The tickle in my ears driving me bonkers.
Funny looking headband. Oh, the boys are gonna eat this stuff up. Spirit bag is very sacred. You should not make light.
Fun fact, Wamatanya or Wimatanye isn't anything real, but Wimatanye is a play on the Order of the Arrows, Wimatendink. He's also in Luann's saga when everybody went out dancing at Ugly Saloon, and he's able to kind of flip the script and buy off a white guy with booze instead of it being the other way around.
Dale, I bought you a beer. Mind if I dance with your wife?
Take her. Sucker.
Jonathan
Joss first voiced him in The Arrowhead when Hank found a native artifact in his yard and interrupted Nancy's massage time with Redcorn to see if he could identify it.
It's a tool used for straightening the shaft of an arrow. Uh-huh. In a pinch, though, you could jam it into someone's brain stem, right? Yes, but that's true of almost any tool. Well, yeah, sure, I guess. A treasure such as this is priceless to many people.
And for anybody wondering, you put the arrow shaft through the hole there. Both men had episodes dedicated to their memories, and I'd like to go ahead and dedicate this video to the memories of Victor Aaron and Jonathan Joss, two men who were taken way too soon. Now, John Redcorn is pretty much known for two things: being a Native American and carrying on a sordid 14-year affair with Nancy right under her husband's nose.
I can't believe she left me for that. She didn't leave you for that. She married that 2 years before she met you.
Which resulted in the creation of Joseph. I mean, come on now. It ain't hard to figure out. They bear a slight resemblance to each other. And Joseph's middle name is John, for crying out loud.
Get over it already. Joseph John Gribble, you should be ashamed of yourself.
But I want to be clear here about Joseph's paternal lineage.
He may have been your father, boy, but he wasn't your daddy.
Yeah, John Redcorn may be his biological father, but Dale is and will always be that boy's daddy.
I shot, son.
We make a great singer, don't we?
Yep. The gribble doesn't fall far from the tree.
If we look at his description in the character Bible, it lines up with these two things. He's a Native American healer, he's having an affair with Nancy, and everyone in town knows it except for Dale. Yeah, and also it did take Peggy longer than everybody else to catch on, but she did eventually get it.
Does Dale know?
No, he's as slow as you.
Joseph and Dale are the only two who apparently haven't figured it out, and they're probably the two who would be the most affected by it.
But I've never been so stupid.
Oh, Dale, I'm so sorry.
Truth has been right in front of me all these years. Joseph's real father is
Nancy loves you.
an alien.
The funny little thing about doing these types of videos is that you look at a character's progression through the series from what their character started out as to what they would eventually become. And I gotta say, John Redcorn is pretty interesting. Almost every single appearance he has before his affair with Nancy ended in Nancy Boys is either him picking her up, or it's a joke alluding to the affair, or it's a combination of the two. Even when they ask him for native stuff for the straight.
John Redcorn, we've got this order of the
FaceTime audio, Grandpa Josh.
I was wondering.
I'd be on.
Be right back. Gotta call my kid. All right, see you tomorrow. Good night, baby. I love you. I'll see you in the morning. Good night. Bye. I forgot to freaking flip the image. So. Homemade music. Oh, my fucking tablet needs to charge for a bit. Damn it. All right, I guess I'm gonna skedaddle. I might be back, or I might go to TikTok or something for just a quickie when I go do this Doberman. I'm gonna skedaddle. Yeah, I'll probably go to TikTok because then the person whose dog it is can watch me trace it and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna go for a little bit, and then my tablet's gonna charge it. Then I'll be back. I'll be on TikTok though. See you guys later. Thank you for hanging out.